Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and in the spirit of the Valentine's season, we're all going to be here, love and comfort and warm fuzzies for everybody throughout the meeting and throughout the week. So, and to get us started in that spirit, I'd like to call on Pastor Claude Axel with Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church to give us the invocation, and then Rudy Bentoncourt to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, glad to see you this morning.
Shall we pray at this time? Eternal God, our Father, how great and how grateful we are for who you are. You are such a good God. And then, oh God, you're so worthy to be praised. Would ask, oh Heavenly Father, that you will continue to look in on Corpus Christi, those who are in leadership roles, in particular this city council and other city officials, that you will continue to empower them with wisdom and knowledge so that they can come together, discuss issues, and then work together to resolve those matters. Those who are here today for personal reasons to support whatever person that they have, we pray that all of us will get a much better understanding as we listen to other persons. I thank you for the kind of city that Corpus Christi is, and we thank you that you have given us the city manager, given us these council members who are able to listen, not just listen, but then also be able to resolve the matters that we've had from time to time. Bless us now and keep us. This blessing and these blessings we ask in the strong and perfect name of Jesus. And for his sake we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Now, let's see. Okay. We got a couple of proclamations, and then we'll have the swearing in of some newly appointed board and commission members.
Mayor, I need to call the roll real quick, please.
Ms. Wirt, if you'll call the roll, and
Yes,
I'll
sir.
answer here.
Mayor Joe McComb, Council members Roland Barrera, Rudy Garza,
Here.
Paulette Guajardo, Gail Hernandez,
Here.
Michael Hunter,
Here.
Ben Molina,
Here.
Everett Roy,
Here.
Greg Smith,
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Here.
City Attorney Mouse Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. If you're here for the Outstanding Community Leader honorees for National LULAC Week 2020, come on down. All right, today we've got a resolution to recognize LULAC's Week 2020, recognizing outstanding honorees. The League of United Latin American Citizens, better known as LULAC, was founded in Corpus Christi, Texas in 1929 as the oldest and largest Hispanic civil rights organization in the country. LULAC will be celebrating its 91st anniversary in 2020. LULAC has vigorously addressed many complex issues impacting the Hispanic position on education, employment, training, economic development, and civil rights. It has developed and implemented programs for the betterment of the community to include housing and job creation. The Outstanding Community Leader honorees for National LULAC Week 2020 in Corpus Christi are Mr. Dominic Dominguez, Christus Spahn Health System, Mr. Mark Gutierrez, Port of Corpus Christi, the Honorable Judge Robert Gonzalez, Dr. Roland Hernandez, Corpus Christi Independent School District, Mr. Carlos Lopez of Magic 104.9, Ms. Christina Perry, Corpus Christi Medical Center, Mr. Omar Vera, Oneida Company, Mr. Matthew Manning, Assistant District Attorney, Ms. Gail White, Ms. Monique Cortez, Ms. Juliana Escamilla, and Ms. Abigail San Miguel. Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February the 12th, 2020 Outstanding Community Leader honorees for National LULAC Week 2020 in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens to recognize and express appreciation to the LULAC Council Number 1 and their distinguished honorees for their dedication and contribution to our community. And congratulations to those honorees. And I'd like to present this a proclamation to you and ask for a few words there.
Thank you, Mayor. You know how important it is, LULAC to Corpus Christi, Texas? It's the foundation of what we as a Hispanic organization is based on. Education, equal opportunities. You know, we serve the community with pride, and everything we do is, you know, we're volunteers. And we have right here some wonderful volunteers that have been with us for decades. I say decades because, you know what, it just seems like a drop in the bucket when it comes to time. But you know what, we're here to serve you, we're here to serve the community, we're here to support education, to support our first responders, so we're here for you guys. And real briefly, let me introduce our committee. First Vice President, Ms. Susie Luna Saldaña. We have Leo Estrada, Lori Garcia Galan. Now, Lori has been involved with the Ferias de las Flores already for a few years, and it's because of her efforts have made that a very successful event, even now. We have Mr. Moses Estrada and his beautiful wife, Elva Estrada, Del Mar Board of Regent. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you, and we thank the efforts of the community, for without this would not be possible. The proceeds from this program also goes to scholarships. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rotary Club to Parks and Rec.
Oh, okay. All right, this next one's kind of an exciting thing. You don't get to see this much at City Hall, so I want y'all to really pay close attention. If you are with the Parks and Recreation Department, if you'll come on down, because Rotary Club of Corpus Christi has a little something they'd come down. Who's doing this? Rotary Club of Corpus Christi. They're coming down. Rotary Club of Corpus Christi has been in my life ever since I was here. My father and John Crutchfield and a couple other folks back in the day were members of Corpus Christi Rotary Club and actually started the Southside Rotary Club a number of years ago. So I've been familiar with all the good things that Corpus Christi Rotary Club has done for our community for a long, long time. And who's gonna be the spokesman for the group today? All right. All right. Now listen closely to this, because this doesn't happen often.
Well, Mayor, City Council, my name is Christian Radnada. I'm the president of the Rotary Club of Corpus Christi, and I'm here to thank the city, the council, the mayor, and especially the Park and Recreation Office for their support in our Flags for Hero project. As you remember, we had 1,000 flags flying on Shoreline, and we couldn't have done it without you, and we couldn't have done it with the support from American Bank. So as a thank you, we'd like to make this donation to the city to further support the Parks and Recreations.
All right. Well, on behalf of the city, and Jamel, you're going to have a comment from, or you're taking pictures, you're posing too quickly. Hold on here just a second. But on behalf of the city, I can tell you we're excited about this, and if you didn't have a chance to drive down Shoreline and see the display of flags, you missed a phenomenal opportunity. So you gonna do it next year? Next year, when you hear about it, get down there and run it up. So Jamel, you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is an incredible partnership. We enjoy it. It's just has an amazing appearance along the shoreline there. So we look forward to doing it again with you all next year.
Thank you. Now, it's going to be interesting how the 9 members of the council divide this up but we'll get something figured out. So again, thank you very much. Let's kind of pull in for a picture. Thank you very much.
London. Yes. Hey guys, thank you. Hi. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. Hi. Thanks for being here.
Roland's gonna come down
Thank
and
you.
swear in this person. And so then you have a swearing in of, the only person who's here today is Clifford, the other two.
See their
can't
new
make
puppy?
it.
It's an expensive puppy.
And
Huh?
Roland's gonna swear him in as a lawyer.
They got it at that auction from Driscoll.
This is a special opportunity for us, and Councilmember Barrera, this is a personal thing for him, and we're happy to provide that. To explain what we're going to be doing, and then you're in charge.
All right, I'm in charge. Well, there's a young man in the audience that I'm going to have the pleasure of swearing in. He just recently passed the state bar. I want to say a few words. Aaron, come on up here, please. He's going to bring his parents up along with him. Go ahead, come on up. Bring his family. And I see that you have an extended family. Everybody here came out to see your swearing in today. So I've been friends with Aaron and his family, particularly his parents, for over 20 years. Our children attended Galvan and Carroll High School together, and it pleases me so, because I want to tell you a quick story. I only have 2 to 4 minutes, right? Of course, I may want to lobby all day because of the agenda. Once again, known the family since Aaron was knee-high to a grasshopper. His father, actually, the way I met his father is he was soliciting me to join the PTA, you know, and so that's when we became friends over 20 years ago and at Galvan Elementary. You know, Aaron is a perfect example. One of the things in high school, he had perfect attendance, and not just in high school, but from grade 1 all the way through 12. So he was one of those individuals. And I'll get on to about that. You know, and so then he went off, a graduate from Carroll High School, earned his bachelor's degree in 2009 from DePaul University in Chicago. Wanted to get out of Corpus Christi, see what the rest of the world was like. Worked for several months in the 2008 Barack Obama campaign, not as a volunteer, but worked on that campaign. Then decided to come home and try and do his thing here. He became a leader for the National Hispanic Institute, basically the moderator of the program. And if you don't know what this program, it's a program for not just Latinos, but leadership programs for children in high school. Typically, a lot of those, and many of you know, come out of Carroll High School, come out of King Harold High School. Aaron went and got those kids from Miller, from Moody, from West Oso, so that way we could expand that program. So sooner or later, though, Aaron had bigger aspirations, and he went to the Western State College of Law in Orange County, California. Now, this is very special because, and I'm not going to cry, I promise. Aaron's parents were migrant farmers. And literally, where Aaron went to law school was literally miles away from where his mother picked strawberries. So that just tells you the type of environment that he was raised in. And you know what? And so he passed the bar in California, and he was in Los Angeles, said, I want to come home. And so he's back, just recently passed the bar, and so it's my astute pleasure to swear you in today. All right. So I, state your name.
I, Aaron Munoz,
Solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
and that I will honestly demean myself in the practice of law,
and that I will honestly demean myself in the practice of law,
that I will discharge my duties to my clients to the best of my ability,
that I will discharge my duties to my clients to the best of my ability,
and that I will conduct myself with integrity and civility
that I will conduct myself with integrity and civility
in dealing and communicating with the court and all parties.
in dealing and communicating with the court and all parties.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, congrats.
Thank you. Whoa, 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 we're gonna get a picture.
Hey, good job, man. Good to see you.
Good luck. Welcome back.
Hey, congratulations.
Congratulations. Thanks for bringing him back home.
Yes.
First we want him to leave.
Ben, it's killing you. Not leaving.
This is the last thing. And Clifford is the only one here.
Oh, okay. All right, and now I'd like to ask, from time to time, we have people that are willing to serve on one of our many boards and commissions here in the community. And today we're going to get to swear in 3 of them that have expressed interest in serving on different boards and commissions. Clifford Bost, Marina Advisory Committee. Charles Pendashok, Marina Advisory Committee, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. And Margareta Fratella, the Marina Advisory. If you're here, come on down, we'll get you sworn in. All right. Okay. All right. We'll have to catch Mr. Pendershok is not here, she says. Okay. All right. Good morning. Well, if you'll raise your right hand, and I'll say aye, and you tell me your name, then you repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, and of this city, so help me God. Well, thank you very much, and we appreciate your willingness to serve. And we'll get a picture. My only suggestion is, now when you get on these boards and commissions, you're going to have to speak up a little louder than that. I mean, you remind me of Ben Molina. You know, he's the silent torpedo. You know, when Ben speaks, everyone listens because he doesn't talk much. So when Ben's button lights up, we all just kind of freeze. We don't know what's coming next. All right, well, thank you very much. Next on our agenda is the city manager's report. Do you need?
Yeah, we can do it now, Mayor, if you're okay with
All right,
that.
let's do that.
Good. Okay, well, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Just 3 things today to update you on. The first is our Public Works community meetings that are going to be taking place. You probably received a correspondence already on that, but just so we can go over it again to make sure the public's aware. So tomorrow we'll begin a series of public meet and greet events for our new Public Works Streets Director, Richard Martinez. The mayor, several council members, and staff will attend these meetings as well, or community events as well. We will collect community feedback on our streets and our stormwater systems. That's the goal of the community engagement meetings with the community. The events will allow us to engage the community and to obtain their input on streets and stormwater, what they think are important to them. It will allow Richard, our director, to discuss the restructuring of public works and stormwater directly with the community, and also give Richard an opportunity to tell the community a little bit more about himself, his background, and his nearly 30 years of experience working in 2 large Texas cities. So the first 2 meetings will be held this week, and the first being tomorrow night in City Council District 3. All the meetings are at 6 o'clock, so tomorrow's meeting is at 6. It'll be at the Water Utilities Department. That meeting will be, that's located at 2726 Holiday Road. It's a big meeting room facility in there. The second meeting this week will be in City Council District 4 and Councilman Smith's district. That'll be Thursday, February 13th, and that's going to be at the Ethel Arley Senior Center on Graham Road. And then next week, there'll be 2 additional meetings, one in City Council District 2, and then the second one in City Council District 5 next week. And then the final 5th one will be February 24th, and that'll be in City Council District 1. And there's a complete listing of all these meetings to include the dates and the location that's on the city's website. And many of the locations are the ones we used when we had our budget meetings with the community this summer. So we want to encourage the community to come out and attend. It's great to hear from them and listen to them. It's really an opportunity to get their input. And it'll help Richard Martinez, our new director, shape his plans to move forward to tackle that significant issue of improving our streets in the community. The second thing I wanted to bring up today is kind of is more housekeeping, and working with the city secretary. I'd like to announce that we're going to reschedule the city council April 28th meetings. There's a council meeting on April 28th and also a TERS 3, the Downtown TERS Board meeting. That's on April 28th. The mayor and several council members and some select staff will be traveling to Washington, D.C. as part of the annual United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce Coastal Bend to Washington, D.C. advocacy trip. And so that takes place Monday, April 27th through Wednesday, April 29th. And it was a very beneficial trip this last time. We expect this one to be even more so. And so the council meeting on the 28th of April will be rescheduled to May 12. And then the TERS meeting that would have happened on April 28th, that will be rescheduled for the week before, so April 21 will be that TERS meeting. Okay, and then my final thing is an important topic, and it's somewhat timely as we begin to approach our summer season. We're going to talk in my remaining minutes here about beach safety, Gulf beaches primarily. So last year we know, and we reported through the summer, that we did lose several of our patrons on our Gulf beaches last summer. And we know that every single patron is a significant loss to our community. And our goal is to have 0 fatalities on all our beaches, both the Gulf beaches as well as the Bay beaches. The good news is our Parks and Recreation Department is already taking steps to address issues for this season, even before it begins, in particular to making sure that our patrons are aware of riptide issues as well as swim safety at our local beaches for the upcoming 2020 season. The Parks Department recently implemented several measures to help people become aware of the dangers of riptide conditions and to aid in them swimming more safely. The department has translated or created the RIP warning signs that you may be familiar with, but we put those not only in English, but they're also in Spanish now. And that flag of the day, there's numerous colors to tell patrons the conditions of the waves and the ocean. That flag of the day is now put on the city's Facebook page. So if somebody's a subscriber to the city's Facebook page, and I think we have about 13,000 subscribers, every day they'll get a Facebook post on what the color of the flag is. So if it's a red flag warning, they'll know right away to be very careful when they're on the beach that day. The city has also replaced our Beware of Rip Current signs on the jetties that we have down there. We replaced them with brand new ones that are easier to see. And we're working with several local hotels to have them place on the table tents inside hotel rooms an awareness placard on the rip currents and rip tides. So a patron coming in from out of the city, coming in for the weekend, will see that in their hotel room and begin to jog their interest, and hopefully they'll read up on it. But we're not stopping there. In addition, we're improving our outreach to patrons as they're on the beach. The Parks Department has recently outfitted several utility vehicles, little four-wheel vehicles, and they'll be driving the beaches and communicating in person with patrons on a daily basis to make sure they're aware of rip currents and the tide situations. We've installed new signage near Packery Channel to alert beachgoers that there's a no swim zone 75 feet from the jetty. And then the city also will be sending out reverse alert notices when the National Weather Service issues a very high riptide current risk. And so there'll be a reverse alert. People subscribe to that can receive that on their phone when there's a high rip current risk. And then to increase lifeguard safety during the busiest season, which is Memorial Day through Labor Day, we've added additional personnel and lifeguard stands. So we've added in the budget, and we'll fill 4 additional lifeguard positions. So we'll have a total of 40 this summer. So that's 4 more than last year. We've also added 2 additional lifeguard stands at the section of 3A, the 3A area. And we'll have a total of 9 lifeguard stands this season. So 2 more than last year. And then we're still working with the county. Last year, towards the end of the season, the city stepped in and provided lifeguard support near the Bob Hall Pier. And so we have plans to install or to place 3 stands and 4 lifeguards at the Bob Hall Pier, which is a county territory of the beach. They don't have that type of service or that type of personnel and equipment, so we'll be doing that with an interlocal agreement with the county. Now, today, we do have here with us Kawana Dennison. She is here with us. Many of you know her from the community. She is the mother of late Jasani Smith, who was one of our drowning victims last year. He was a young 18-year-old, and he was caught in a rip current by the Bob Hall Pier. Ms. Dennison, though, is working to turn this immense loss into a positive awareness campaign for our community, not only Corpus Christi, but really the whole state and probably beyond of Texas. She convened and put together a beach safety awareness task force under her own effort. And last year, Nueces County Commissioners Court acknowledged her and designated the month of July as Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month. Kiwana has been engaging the task force and holding standard meetings. In fact, last week she had one. I attended that meeting. And several of the council members were there, including Councilman Smith, Councilwoman Guajardo, and Councilman Hunter were there. In addition, though, we had county representatives. Commissioner Chesney was there, and even State Representative Todd Hunter was there. And it's all part to help Kiwana get the word out and help our citizens and those that are visiting for the first time to be aware of rip currents and the dangers of the tide. So Kiwana is going to talk to us a little bit about her perspective and give us more information on her important effort.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council, and good afternoon, audience. Again, my name is Kiwana Denson, and I am the mother of Jasani Smith, again, King High School student who passed away by way of a rip current in April of 2019. And a little bit of, I think you took all my speech, believe it or not. Okay, it's okay. No, but I am very honored, and I want to thank each and every one of you from the city, from the county to the state level for the efforts. I am one person, and from that tragedy, I knew as a parent that I had to do something, that I couldn't, it's either you do something or you do nothing at all. And I felt it was my moral obligation. It was a moral responsibility for me and my family and for the community, that I owed that to those who are attending our beaches, who are there to have fun, which is they should. But at the same time, and more importantly, it is important that we educate and make them aware of the dangers that lie beneath our oceans. And so, again, I'm one person, and I'm just so grateful that everyone has come together to make this effort come to its fruition. Because I never in my wildest dreams, one, thought I wouldn't have a son. You know, he had his whole life ahead of him. And then two, to think that I'm standing before you and this audience talking about how we're going to save others from a tragic loss as we have suffered, and many others. We're not alone. And so today I am here to ask for the community's help, the public's help, in joining our efforts, in joining our task force meetings that we have every 4 to 6 weeks. The next one is March 3rd at Del Mar College. And I know everyone here has a phone, right? Okay, so I'm going to ask everyone to take out your phone, because we are going to need volunteers to help during spring break. As you may know, we're going to have over 5,000 plus patrons at our beach. A lot of them will not be from this area. A lot of them totally unaware of what a rip current or a rip tide or an undertow. They have no idea, and they do not focus on the flags. They just don't. They focus on finding that good space to park and having fun, which is that about right. That's what they need to do. However, I feel that we have a responsibility to ensure that they understand and pay attention to those signs and to know when it's safe to go out into the waters, right? So again, spring break starts the week of March 6th, and it ends the March 22nd, because we have 2 separate spring breaks for the schools. And as of March 6th, we will be sending out, well, actually prior to March 6th, we will be sending out by way of sign up Genius, anyone who wants to volunteer at the 3 areas, the 3 entry points. And we will be distributing bracelets that will share rip safety or rip current awareness, education. We will also have another bracelet that we will distribute to patrons as they come in that asks them to focus on the beach flags. It also asks them to swim their lifeguards. Again, any effort that we can do to get the attention of our patrons so that they can be safe and their families can be safe and they can go home. So, if you got your phone out, I would like for you to please email me your name and I'll have your email address if you're willing to volunteer. It's in 2-hour increments, and there's more information to come by way of that sign-up genius. It's Beach, B-E-A-C-H, Safety, S-A-E-F-E-T-Y, Advocate, A-D-V-O-C-A-T-E, at gmail.com. And I hope I spelled that right. Okay? So Beach Safety Advocate at gmail.com. Please send me your information. Please help us in this effort, because no child, especially no child, but no family member should have to experience the pain of losing someone to a rip current. Lastly, I want to show you some pictures. So prior to us coming to this meeting today, we unveiled our son's monument. And as you can see, it's it's a monument. It's of course, it's beautiful. If you can, there's a front and there's a back. There we go. As you can tell, there's a basketball on the top. Basketball was his passion, and he was on his way there. He's there. He's doing it somewhere else now, just not on a basketball court, not here locally. And there's the back. And that is an actual picture of him at Bob Hall Pier at some point in the water. And so it's a monument gone up too soon. It's a monument gone up too soon. And I am here to do everything I can. And I ask every one of you to do everything you can to ensure we don't see this again, of an 18-year-old student who just wanted to have fun at the beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm pretty sure you're going to have lots of emails to read after the meeting. All right, now we come to, we got to approve the minutes. Entertain a motion on item H, approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments, adjustments, changes, additions, deletions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? All right, and it's a little after 12. We'll go to public comment period, which was scheduled for then. Ms. Werton, Mr. Risley, you want to introduce this?
Comments should be limited to city-related matters. No questions of council or staff. Cell phones should be turned off, and no loud talking or other loud noises from the audience.
Good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And with that, please note we do have 28 people signed up for public comment today. The first person on the list is Elva Estrada.
Good morning, and thank you for your commitment to Corpus Christi, the beautiful city by the sea. My name is Elva Estrada, and I reside at 4805 FM 1889, and that's out in the Calallen area. This morning, I'm here as a member of the Dr. Cleo P. Garcia Women's Chapter of the American GI Forum and auxiliary of the Dr. Hector P. Garcia American GI Forum of South Texas, and we have some of our members here today. As some of you may recall, the two good doctors fought for equality during their lifetime for you and for me. And equality is what I'm asking for today. As you're aware, the Corpus Christi City Council has never appointed a woman to commissioner's position to the Port of Corpus Christi. Can anyone tell me why? Well, today is your opportunity to make history, not just for the City Council, but for yourself. There is a highly qualified lady here today, and her name is Patricia Canales Bell. As an attorney, Ms. Canales has experience in state and federal litigation. She has represented, to name a few, ExxonMobil, Texas Energy Services, Uranium Resources, and the King Ranch. Apart from this, she has represented the City of Corpus Christi, several businesses, and her law practice also includes civil mediation services. Her community service is second to none. To name a few, she's on the board of directors of the Spahn Health System, chair of Spahn Health System Credentials Committee, on the board of directors of the Ready or Not Foundation, member of the American Heart Association Circle of Red, and there are many more, but I have named just a few. Ms. Canales Bell is married, has a family, and is involved in numerous activities at her children's school. In spite of such a hectic schedule, she's willing to dedicate her time, efforts, and talents to the Port of Corpus Christi. As someone said, she's honest, intelligent, hardworking, and I would like to add, a lady with a lot of class who brings an impressive set of qualifications. I sincerely hope you appoint Ms. Patricia Canales Bell as the Port Commissioner representing the city. Times are changing, and women have the right to step up the ladder, and it's up to you to make it happen. Let's make her grandmother, Dr. Cleo, and her great-uncle, Dr. Hector, proud, knowing they paved the way for so many of us. Thank you for letting me speak today on her behalf.
Thank you.
Pat Eisenhower.
Good morning to all of you, and I'm very pleased that I could be here today. I grew up in Corpus Christi. I went away to college, graduate school, and then I came home to work in the family business, similar to Patricia Bell, whom I am speaking for in favor of today. I think many of you may know that I've been involved in the community for over 45 years with the Chamber of Commerce, the RTA, the university, and most recently with Greg Smith on the Beach Advisory Committee. What y'all are looking at today is two very qualified candidates. And whoever you appoint will serve for up to 12 years. And that's the main reason why I urge you to appoint Patricia Bell. Not just because she's young, qualified, enthusiastic, female, and Hispanic, because she's young, not an old crone like me. And I think we have, if we're going to move into the 21st century, we need to pass the leadership. And that's why I support Patricia Bell. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No
My
worries.
name is Pat Eisenhower, and I live at Admirals Row on State Highway 361 in the city of Corpus Christi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Mark Stewart.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councils. Historically, the City Council has not enhanced the opportunity for minorities and women on the Port of Corpus Christi. Today, Everett Roy and all of Corpus Christi, as a representative of the North Side, it's your responsibility to ensure our fair representation. A vote for Patricia Canales Bell is a vote for representation. Her last name should not dissuade you. Look at her entire name when you reflect on that vote. I'm calling on you, Eric Roy, and every member of the City Council to make a historical decision on behalf of all peoples in the city of Corpus Christi. It's necessary for you as our North Side representation to give minorities and women a chance. You were elected on the promise of equal representation. And now is your chance to present us in a fair manner. That would be in voting for Patricia Canales Bell. Don't judge her by her last name. Judge her by her capability and as a lifelong representative of Corpus Christi. Today, Everett Roy and all City Council members, in voting for Patricia Canales Bell, you are going to show our community and that you are fair, if you are righteous, if you are care about us or not. The Port of Corpus Christi is an economic capital for our community, and today's vote is critical for the future growth of our city. As the port grows, so does our city. Please support that candidate that has the interests of all people here in Corpus.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Pastor Mark Stewart. My address is 6101 Amdale Street, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Denise Obregon.
Good afternoon. My name is Danis Obregon. My address is 445 Delane. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today and offer my support also for Patricia Bell's appointment as Port Commissioner. I know Patricia because we are both lawyers here in Corpus and because we are both moms to kids at Ray High School. I've had the pleasure of becoming friends with her over the years because of those connections. Like Patricia and most of the people in this room, I am interested in the Port's continued success because it means success for our community, for us now, but more importantly, for our children and for other future leaders and residents of our city. The Port has established some tremendous forward momentum that is critical to sustain. I believe Patricia is the right choice to help sustain that momentum for 3 reasons. First, her professional legal experience over the last 25 years has prepared her for the unique subject matter and challenges that face the Port Commissioners. As a trial lawyer, she has worked on oil and gas legal matters, which gives her insight into the industry and the legal hurdles that can arise. As a mediator, she has gained experience in negotiation and conflict resolution. With the high stakes at the Port, Patricia's background is an asset. Second, she is a lifelong resident invested in the future of our community, but also has a unique link to the future. She has 1 child in college and 2 in high school, giving her insight into the issues that face our young people when they decide where to settle down. She can be the voice of the future. Third, Patricia's personality and work ethic will be of tremendous benefit to the Port. She is engaged, conscientious, thorough, and patient. She is a tireless advocate, great time manager, and a source of calmness and clarity when others need it. Whether she is scooping popcorn in a concession stand or advocating for a client in front of a judge, Patricia is a partner that any of us can rely on. Because the future depends on your decision today, I urge you to vote for Patricia Bell to assure the continued forward momentum of the Port. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Adame.
Good afternoon. Nick Adame, 4022 Capitol Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, y'all have a very important decision to make. You know, when it comes to the port, we're looking at a port that has been established and in one paradigm that really needs to shift, okay? A board must reflect its community. So y'all have an obligation here to the community. You have great candidates, you know, but this individual that I'm going to speak for, I know the family for a long time, a family that has been embedded in the community, and you want somebody that's going to be continuity between the community and the board, education and the board, somebody who's going to be representing the community. My vote is for Patricia Bell. I recommend that you look at it closely and look at the attributes that this individual has to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Gloria Scott.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council and other members here gathered. I wish to speak to one major item. There are several parts underneath it. First of all, I wanted to thank you for giving your focus to having Reverend Axel bring the invocation this morning from Pilgrim Rest Church. As you could see, Reverend Axel is biologically an African American here in Corpus Christi. And I'm sure you are aware that this is Black History Month, and that is generically what I'm speaking about. Number two, Councilman Roy, we're glad that you are serving our community, and we appreciate the fact that you have a biological part of your background is African American. Your body, rather, not your background. You are. And number three, I want to suggest that we also remember and value the contributions of the late Chief Simpson, who died, of course, having served very well in this community and having brought great views, and again, he was visibly biologically African American and did much to contribute not only to the community, but to the city government and the laws and things to be done. And so forth, I want to suggest that you develop some exhibit here in City Hall to focus on Black History Month. Nueces County has a very good exhibit over, and it's a building. Judge Canales fostered that, and there are several people in the community who would be willing to help with that, but I've mentioned some of the few, and thank you for that. The second thing I'd like to suggest is that in all your organizations, events, etc., between now and the end of February, that you would pull up and focus on, not just as a ad focus, but an internal focus on the relationship here in Corpus Christi of what African Americans have done. And Black History Month every year should identify this. And then the second major comment I have, which is not on the agenda, is to say thank you to Rotary. I was the 16th woman in the United States to become a member of Rotary when I was president of a college in Greensboro, North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Valls.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council Lady and Councilman. I'm really here just to give an update on what we heard yesterday. We received the Port of Corpus Christi received little over $100 million in the president's budget for our channel improvement project. That's up from 23 million last year and 13 the year before. If you recall, the majority of our money usually comes from the work plan haunch, and so we're still waiting to see what the president is going to put in that work plan. But it certainly makes a huge impact on the remaining $300 million that we have to finish that project on the federal's match portion. Thank you.
So can you?
Yeah, Rick Valls, 201 Leming, Corpus Christi, Texas, Port of Corpus Christi city appointee.
Thank you.
Come back anytime you have news like that.
Next on the list is Kawana Denson. I believe she spoke about beach safety already. And it looks like Terrence Denson also. So I'll move on to the next person, who is Reverend William Pullum.
Good afternoon to Mayor McComb, Mayor Pro Tem Molina, distinguished council members of our wonderful city council. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Ms. Patricia Canales Bell, to be appointed as a commissioner of the Port of Corpus Christi. Diversity, gender, and ethnicity do matter. They are vitally important in every facet of our community. And in Patricia Canales Bell, we have not only gender diversity and ethnicity, but we also have a brilliant legal mind, an individual who is vested in this community, and a person who is known for being fair, and a person who is also known for being the audible voice for those in our community who really have no voice. These are qualities that I believe ought to be a part of any commissioner's duty in our community. This lady is vested in our community. Our family is vested in our community. We know her. And we can also have belief in her. And we think that she will represent us well. She will. We have wonderful candidates, no reflection on any of their qualities. But personally, I believe, as a pastor of a church in this community for over 43 years, served at 1620 Northport Avenue. We now reside at 3225 Bronte Parkway. Oh, my address is 402 Ponies Drive. My name is William, middle initial L, last name Pullum, born and raised in this community. Graduate of Roy Miller High School. Once a buck, always a buck. And that's the one thing that I do not hold against Patricia. Amen. W.B. Ray, that was when I was in school, and that's certainly not when she was in school. I'm a little bit older than she is. But certainly back in the day, W.B. Ray was our archbishop. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Monica Chavez Lozano. Monica Chavez Lozano.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come up and speak. Again, my name is Monica Chavez Lozano. I reside at 1614 Mary Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. And I am a W.B. Ray Texan alumni. And obviously, I am here in support of Patricia Canales Bell. I know her family. I went to school with some of her family, and nobody can say anything negative about them. They are great, outstanding members of the city, of our community. They are just very well loved. Judge Canales, their grandparents, Dr. Hector P. Garcia, her grandmother, her uncle is Dr. Hector P. Garcia. These people, this family, just generation after generation, is exactly what this community needs. They have contributed to society, to the public, to our community, to others. They have helped generation after generation. And I just humbly ask that you would strongly consider, listen to all of these people that are coming, and they have nothing but mounds of great information to say about her. And so again, I just ask that you would please seriously consider her background, her education, what she is bringing to the board, how she's going to continue to move us forward. Thank you, and I just ask again that you would vote for Patricia Canales Bell.
Thank you.
Cecilia Garcia Akers.
Good morning, Mayor McComb, distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Cecilia Garcia Akers. My address is 2014 Encino Vista, San Antonio, Texas. I am here today to speak on behalf of my cousin, Patricia Canales Bell. She is my cousin, but that is not why I'm here today. I am here because I believe she would be the best candidate for you to select for the Port of Corpus Christi. This is a very extremely important position for the port, for economic development, job creation, and environmental stewardship. Ms. Bell's experience as an attorney is varied and expansive. She has also served on several boards and commissions in the area. I was able to closely work with her on the Christus Spawn Expansion Initiative and the creation of the Dr. Hector P. Garcia Memorial Family Health Center. We all know how successful these two projects became, benefited the community, the county, and healthcare initiatives. I also believe with Ms. Bell's appointment, it would enhance the port's diversity profile. She is qualified, educated, willing to serve the port and the area. She follows in the Garcia mold as a true public servant. She has been a devoted wife and mother to Buddy and her 3 children. Her appointment would only enhance the credibility and success of the port, and I urge you to give her every consideration for this appointment, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pastor Adam Carrington.
Good morning. My name is Adam Carrington. I live at 2949 Riverbend Court, and I am still the very proud pastor of Brooks Abbey Worship Center located in the Hillcrest community on 2101 North Port Avenue. I don't know Patricia Bell, but out of all of the candidates that reached out, she was the only one that reached out to me and said, please vote for me. So Patricia, you have my vote. In addition to that, I'm here to talk about the development of Washington Coles community. I don't know, maybe 6-7 months ago, I believe it was in here in the city council that you had expressed that the city had spent thousands of dollars doing research on the development of the Washington Coles and deemed it be usable for redevelopment. So I'm here today to ask that you would reconsider the Nita Daniels Foundation and Stark for the redevelopment of affordable housing in that area. Not only affordable housing, but other economic impact in that area as well. I don't like to have to drive 8 miles just to get me a good cup of coffee. It'd be nice to have some coffee ways over there. It'd be nice to have CVS or Walgreens in that area, and there's plenty of area and land that you can develop in that area. Since you said you've already spent thousands of taxpayers' dollars and deemed that area to be redeveloped, so why not do that? So I'm also asking that you reconsider and take another look at the Nita Daniels Foundation and the redevelopment of affordable housing in the Washington and Coles area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Tom Struble.
Good morning or afternoon as it is. I'm Tom Struby. My address is 902 Ayers Drive here in Corpus Christi, Texas. I want to talk a little bit about the fact that there's a great concern that the city of Corpus is in the wrong direction or going in the wrong direction. I want to see our community get into the 2000s, much less 2020. There's a great concern among a lot of the citizens that we're trying to keep this area in 1975, and it's very concerning. A lot of people in the city seem to be protecting their turf. They're not thinking about the long-term ramifications of what's being done. The next time there is a Port of Corpus Christi opening, I would love to see a scientist or an environmentalist, not a politician. We have enough of those. We have enough people who are doing the bidding of oil and gas and natural gas and coal. This is 50 to 100-year-old technology. It is dangerous. It is awful. The medical community here is starting to call Corpus the cancer coast. I want you to think about that for a minute. We have so much overbuilding of refineries and petrochemical plants that is literally making people sick. And we're approving some pretty horrific development there, and there's a concern that you don't understand exactly the ramifications of this. There are 30 to 45 different corporations that are trying to get permits. They're going to need 8 to 15 million gallons a day of fresh water each. Corpus citizen households only use an average of 2,200. Think about how many households at only 2,200 gallons a day would go to a corporation that needs 8 to 10 million. And you're approving 30 to 45 of those coming here. And many of them, like the desal plants, want to put out 80 to 130 gallons of toxic briny water. This is not hypersaline water like the Laguna Madre. This is 10 to 30,000 times better in salt concentration, along with hard metals and chemicals. This is toxic, and there's 8 different corporations and city entities and the port that have applied with the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality for this. On top of this, you have CC Polymers, Steel Dynamics, Exxon Sabic. There are all these corporations that are wanting to throw out 80 to 110 million gallons a day each into our very small bay system. Every fish here is so fragile. The larva cannot sustain that kind of change in temperature, lack of oxygen, chemicals. We're currently dredging to 55 feet. The port is trying to get it approved to 80 feet. That's the deepest in the nation. We're a bathtub. We're a puddle compared to the larger bay systems. We're so small. There's only 2 ways water gets in from the ocean here: the Packery Channel and the Aransas Channel, better known as the Port Aransas Jetties. If you dredge it that much, the water's going to rush into the Port Aransas Jetty, and the Packery Channel, we taxpayers are going to have to pay to redredge it. Please do some more studies. Also, think about building a second lake at Lake Corpus Christi. There's tens of thousands of acres there. It's the safest way to do it. 2 rains, you have another lake.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is Peggy Duran.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Duran, and I live at 4022 Congressional Drive. And I just wanted to add my support for Patricia Canales-Bell for this very important position on the Port Commission. I don't know her personally, as so many of you do, but I was very impressed. She answered a phone call that I made to her. I wanted my concerns on public health issues and some environmental issues, water and air quality. And she was on the phone with me for over a half an hour because I was worried and I wanted to know if she thought about these things also. Please keep in mind that this year is the 100th anniversary of women winning the right to vote. As you've heard very often today, the city has never appointed a woman to this particular position. This is a great opportunity, I believe. As Ginger Rogers noted over 40 years ago, she did everything that her partner Fred did, but backwards and in high heels. Women have always had to work a little bit harder to succeed. And this woman comes from a family that understands and does exactly that. Studies show that women on boards are consensus builders. In this angry, polarized time, I think that's a major asset. I appreciate all the candidates who have offered themselves for positions to involve themselves in bettering our community. But I hope that you will appoint Patricia Canales-Bell, a mother and a professional, as a historic opportunity for our collective advancement. Thank you.
Thank you.
CJ Johnson.
Sorry, arthritis got me this morning. This morning, Uncle Arthur, Mr. Arthur. I'm C.J. Johnson, 509 South Kawankawa. And you all know why I'm here. I'm here to speak on mental health and shootings until I am heard. Like I said, my daughter was a basket case. And I've been doing a lot of research why a lot of mental patients are not on the right medication. Number one, the pharmacists cannot afford it. The insurances cannot afford it. The reason for that is because back during the Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae investment company, stir, or whatever you want to name it, a lot of companies invested into these corporations and lost money from them. So many businesses, such as pharmaceutical companies, insurances, business corporations, chemical companies, and food franchise companies had to merge in order to save each other, to buy stocks and bonds. Now you see a lot of mental health patients, not all of them, but many of them, have gone to shoot them because they're not on the right medications. That is the main reason. They will only receive the right medication if they are committed for good at SASH or ASH or any other mental institution. So when are we going to get on board and start recognizing about these mental health issues, especially concerning these shootings? These shootings will continue. You either run for your life or you better put up a fight for your life, because that's just the way it is. And like my cousin William Pullum, I'm also once a buck, always a buck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jack Gordy.
Yes, I'm Jack Gordy. I live at 4118 Bray Drive, and I'm here about the same thing that I've been coming here over and over and over. And evidently it looks like the city council doesn't care. And that's why I keep coming down here. It's about illegal signs. On Weber Road, I reported a sign. It was there for 4 months, and I reported it 8 times. And it was right out there in the right-of-way. And it was so easy to see. It wasn't hidden, and it wasn't where you couldn't read it. And I kept getting a word from code enforcement, oh, I didn't see the sign. Well, if they couldn't see that sign, they ain't got no business driving a city vehicle, because it was right out there where everybody could see it. And I got another suggestion. Every one of you gets a car allowance. When somebody comes down here and tells you there's a problem in their neighborhood, use that car allowance and do what you were elected to do and go out and check out the complaint and make sure that the city corrects it. That's what you were elected to do, but you're not doing it. People come down here all the time, and nothing is ever done about their complaint, just like the illegal signs. Right now, at Weber and Padre Island Drive, there's a sign that's been there for about 6 months in the right-of-way. Anybody can see that sign. It's right next to the street. But nobody wants to do anything. It's in District 3, and I've reported illegal signs in District 3. Nothing's ever done about it. And asked the city attorney for a copy of the letter he sent me about illegal signs. I provided a copy of that letter that he sent me to TxDOT. TxDOT is not happy about the letter. He says the city don't have to enforce that law. They don't have to enforce the Highway Beautification Act, which is a big joke when the signs are in the right-of-way, violating the city ordinance, violating the federal law, state law, and the city ordinance. But he says you don't have to enforce it. TxDOT doesn't like the letter. They might respond, because ask him for a copy of it. And I don't know if you got a copy or not, but ask him for a copy of that letter. I laughed when I got the letter. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Terry Mills.
Good evening, afternoon. That gum sure was good. I have to spread out, but nevertheless, Terry Mills, NAACP President, 1519 North Chaparral. I'll come here also in support of Patricia Canales-Bell for the fact that not only she's bona fide, qualified, certified, not only because she's an attorney, she's an engineer, but she's a good person. She has been in the trenches with civil rights and voting rights. She's been there from the beginning, not just a newcomer or somebody just going to come around the corner. She's been there. And what I like most about her, that she's fair and she's honest. She doesn't look at your pigmentation. She doesn't look at your last name, your surname, what street you live on. She believes in doing the right thing. The minorities that's up here, you're on the shoulders of giants who have paved the way. If you were sitting up there 40, 50 years ago, you were either dusting the carpet, vacuuming the carpet or dusting furniture. And you're on the shoulders of giants. You need to realize that you have a position to make a decision, not based on friends or friendship or whatever the situation may be, but look at the person's qualification. When you have someone that's going to give back their 110% and then some to the city of Corpus Christi, we need to recognize that. In addition to that, Patricia, the city council's never appointed a female minority to this position. Never, never, never. We talk about diversity and inclusion. We talk about doing the right thing. Do the right thing by appointing her. For the fact that, like it was said earlier by Mrs. Dudine, I believe Ms. Dudine said that when you appoint a female, they get it done. They get the job done the right. They get the job done right the first time. And you know, with Corpus Christi, we talk about diversity and inclusion. We're going to send out an RFP to get get a contract, get a corporation to come here. That's just a name only. We need to really be about it. We talk about it, we need to be about it. Because if we don't want to have civil unrest in Corpus Christi like they have it in Oakland, California, and Boston, and so forth and so on. You have a lot of people here advocating for one person or another. Patricia is a good choice. We need somebody that's going to represent the North Side, which never been represented properly like it should be. It's never been represented properly, and that's a shame. We want to look at these other districts and stuff, and they look very nice and stuff. But what about the North Side? Do they not count? Do they not count? Gil, Rudy, Everett, Greg, Mayor, Ben, Michael, Roland, Paulette, do they not count? Do they not count? They're taxpayers, they're citizens like everybody else, and they don't get treated like first-class citizens. They get treated like second-class citizens. City Attorney, Peter, do they count? City Secretary, do they count? We all count, and it doesn't matter. But you guys have the decision to do the right thing. Make it count.
Thank you.
Ray Madrigal de Pancho Villa.
My name is Ray Madrigal de Pancho Villa, and I live at 4253 Doty. And I don't come here very often, but today I thought it was very important to be here because the city is going to appoint a new Port of Corpus Christi commissioner. And I've been here before on the same subject like Jack Gordy. The last time a commissioner was appointed by the city, there was a question of and the Ethics Commission determined that when when a person that's running for the position contributes a lot of money to the campaign of some of the city councilmen and the mayor, it was not the right thing. And if I'm not mistaken, they determined that when you vote for a Port of Corpus Christi commissioner, you must not have accepted, if I'm not mistaken, over $1,700 as a contribution. So when you vote, I think you should check to make sure you didn't get too much money for your campaign from a certain individual, because that happened the last time. An individual got $10,000 and the rest of the council got several $1,000s. That's how come the Ethics Commission determined that it is not the right thing to accept too much money. So be careful how you vote, because if you vote for somebody that contributed to your campaign over a certain amount, it might be the wrong thing to do. And there was one other commissioner that was appointed somewhere else, but for the Port of Corpus Christi. And if you notice, there's one less crow in the sky, because the editor of the Colored Times endorsed a certain candidate. That candidate did not win. And the same thing in this morning's paper, the Colored Times is endorsing a certain candidate. Half a page of endorsements. I think that's not the right thing to do. So just be careful on how you vote. It might come back to you. Thank you.
Lamont Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, item 17. Tony Hartwell.
Tony Hartwell, P.O. Box 18785, Flower Bluff, Texas 78480. I'm here this morning for two things. One is that I need the council, the mayor, and the city manager to get a hold of all the state representatives that we voted for in this state or in this area to get with legislation and to admit or to submit a scratch off for the homeless. You will get 1% of whatever they collect, like you do for the veterans, like you do for the Dallas Cowboys, the Texans. You'll be receiving money that the money can go into the budget for the city of all cities that are involved in helping with the homeless. That is my suggestion. Number two, I want to file a complaint against animal control. Those people, Mr. Gillis, I don't know where he got his education from, has those people sitting out in front of my driveway area staking out my residence because I have more than 6 pets at my residence. The pets that I have at my residence are pet sitting, belong to other people that I'm taking care of. There is no there is no place in the city ordinance that says I'm not allowed to have 10 or 11 pets at my residence, 4 of which are feral cats. I'm working with a group of people that are dealing with the catching and grabbing and releasing of these pets when they get their surgery for neutering and spading and their shots. And I volunteer my time to hold them at my residence so they can recuperate from the surgery. And these yo-yos from animal control are sitting out on Sunday and violating my constitutional rights for freedom of religion. I was coming from church Sunday and they're sitting out there waiting for me. And then they give me a notation saying that I had 7 days to get rid of those pets that I've been pet sitting, the feral cats and stuff, or else they're going to cite me. Go ahead, Mr. Gillis, cite me, because I guarantee you when I go to court, I will win this thing, okay? And it's up to the city council that's involved with these animal control entities to make sure that they don't go harass aging people that are on disability, veterans. I served my time in Vietnam, okay? But I'm speaking for everybody here in this council chamber, all right? I don't vote for anybody that doesn't deserve to be voted in, and I'm independent. But please, I want animal control to get off my back and get off my property and quit harassing me for something that I'm not doing. First of all, there are animals out there that are being violated. They're being tortured, okay? They're being starved. They went and inspected my residence, clean. Pets were good condition. The call was welfare. It wasn't call about having more than 6 animals at my residence. So like I said, go for it, people. Go for it. Because I will come back here over and over. And if you're going to have directors like Mr. Gillis running an operation like that, he needs to go.
Thank you, sir.
Wayne Lundquist.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name's Wayne Lundquist, 700 Everhart here in the city. I'm here to talk about items 15 through 17, the affordable housing, and I don't know if I'm supposed to talk now or later.
Well, you can talk either now or later, but not both. We won't count against you asking the question, so you can continue here, or you can wait until we get to the agenda item.
Can I talk about another item then? Okay, then, as a businessman of 49 years here at the city, I would like to support Al Jones for the next Port Commission. And I'll speak about affordable housing later.
Thank you, sir.
David Fournier. Forner. Okay, when it comes up, yes, sir. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. You know, you've heard a lot today about family and some great people that are up for Port Commission. This family has a lot of good background, but I'm going to ask you to look at something different. Right now, this family that's coming up is part of the county judge who gets to appoint the Port Commissioners from their perspective. So they have a lot of input on that. Am I supportive of having a woman on any commission? I am. However, I want to see what belongs to the city stay within the city. And I think that if you look at qualifications, you have someone that has already served as a Port Commissioner and has the qualifications to be that person. You don't want to give the county another vote. You want to keep the votes for the city, because you have different entities in there. And who's going to represent your needs? Our needs for the city of Corpus Christi. That's what I'm asking you to strongly consider Al Jones as the next Port Commissioner. I'm asking you to consider him, not because the other person is less qualified or the other set of people that have put in are less qualified, but because you have to do what's best for our city. Who's going to represent our city? You're going to give another vote to the county, or are you going to keep it for our city? That is the question. That's what I'm asking for your support for Al Jones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Carrie Meyer.
Carrie Robertson Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach. So I'm here today with 2 other members of NBCA, North Beach Community Association, to talk about the bathhouses. A little bit of history about it. About 3 years ago, NBCA started to recommend that the city remove the old bathhouses at Dolphin and Surfside Park. This is on our list of priorities that we submitted to the city every year. Install standalone shower poles with multiple heads, add removable enclosed portable toilets. These measures would minimize maintenance and remove habitat that old bathhouses provided. Okay, so then this is an email from Becky Perrin, who was interim parks director. This is from February 2019. Carrie, I had sent her more and more pictures of the bathhouses and all the problems that they were causing. Finally, she answers, Carrie, we do not need any other reasons to justify the demolition of the bathhouse structures. We have been proceeding forward to have them removed. We have to have an asbestos test first. That was February, this is July. Josh Wentworth, who was operations director at the Parks and Recreation. Keep in mind, everyone's changed jobs, you know, by now. The bathhouses, he says, our goal is to have a contract in place so that demo can start after Labor Day. The porta potties, yes, we are planning on building the enclosures that go around the porta potties. This is one of our winter projects. The showers, yes, we are looking at installing the shower poles on the existing slabs where the bathhouses were, where there is already water connections. They will be drained off into the sand like the ones at McGee Beach. These are the communications that we've had with the city. We have adopted these areas. We are there all the time. We know what's happening. And then all of a sudden, in January of 2020, the bathhouses are being renovated. And we got to meet with Assistant City Manager Keith Selman for a good long while and had a long conversation about it, but we still haven't heard what's going to happen. We want them to go back to Plan A that was vetted through not only our group, but through Watershore and Beach Advisory Committee, who came and took a tour of the facility and then agreed, yes, these need to be demolished. Minimal facilities is a better idea. This is no longer a camping area. These were built in the 80s for camping, for when you lived on the beach for 3 days at a time. Now it's day use. It's closed at night. It's completely different beach now. It's residential. It's just different. So we're asking that you go back to Plan A, skip the renovation, bulldoze them, and move forward with minimal facilities. We think that would work best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Catalano.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your services. I want to talk about North Beach too. Bob Catalano, 201 Surfside Boulevard, North Beach. I happen to live right there on the beach itself. You could, all of my homes, you could throw a stone and hit those bathhouses. Now, I serve on the board of the North Beach Association. I'm on the city's Parks Commission. I have businesses on that beach, and I minister at the church at the Harborview Chapel Church on North Beach. Now, you know, from my homes, you could look right. You walk out my front door on the porch, and you could look, and you could see Fajitoville, beautiful. The aquarium, you see the shoreline, you see the battleship. You look and you see the base, and then I could even see from my house, I could see all Port Aransas on a clear day, and I could see the channel. And then all of a sudden, I look to the left, bada bing, I got to look at two bathhouses right there. All right, they're horrible looking. This is what your tourists are coming to see. Now, granted, we were supposed to. I even offered to knock them. They called me and said, "Are you ready to knock them down?" You see, and I said, well, you're waiting for the asbestos test. You see, we were willing, and my partner, who will speak next, I think, we were willing to knock them down. But all of a sudden, they'd come and start refurbishing them again. Now, look, you could fix those things from now until eternity. That's not the point. You can make them look like $1 million, like the view I have from my house. You can make it look like $1 million. The problem is, if you're going to spend the money, then spend the time to take care of them. They shouldn't be there to begin with now. Just like Carrie said, they were built for when it was for camping. It's a day resort, so people just need to come, take a shower, get cleaned up, and go home. But if you're going to manage them, take care of them. And you got to have someone there monitoring them all day long. I've adopted that park. For years, I've been taking care of that park. I take the responsibility to go lock those doors up at night. I take the responsibility of shutting that water off when the people just leave them running. I got to hear all night long people coming to those bathhouses. I don't know what the fascination about hanging around bathrooms are. I still, after 20 years, I don't get it. Why do you want to hang around a bathroom? But they hang around bathrooms. But all night long, I got to hear people drive up to those bathrooms, and then I got to hear the transits. They could become motels. Come on, it's common sense. You guys got to pick your poison. Either you fix them and you maintain them, or you just do the necessary whatever it needs. Thank you for your time.
Ron
you, sir.
Graben. Okay, sure.
Knocking something from the bathhouse.
I used to teach in college, and I never would hand out my handouts beforehand because it was distracting. But Ron Graben, 202 Surfside. Just want to buttress what Bob was saying. These facilities are in need of a lot of repair. And those are some visual aids for you can take home, throw darts at it, whatever you want to do. But they were taken last week. I learned something early in life from my dad, who was a farmer, great businessman, very successful, sat on boards with lots of national names you would recognize. He taught me at 5 years of age when I was helping him clean his chicken coops, and I was swatting at the flies. I said, "Dad, there's all these flies." He said, "Son, if you get rid of the chicken manure, the flies will go away." Now, the police have been swatting at flies down there for years and years and years. And the reason is there's manure. These bathhouses create all sorts of nefarious activities. You can fix them up so they're perfect, and the design is still inadequate for today's society. From a city point of view, from a liability point of view, if you even a double-digit IQ lawyer would tell you that to build something unattended with a locking door, the risk meter is pinning against the red zone. And this is what we deal with all the time. You see the picture there, they already broke into them. The city locked them up, they already broke into them. So Bob and I offered to knock these down because we figured one of the excuses that the city was going to have is we don't have it in the budget. So we said, okay, we'll pay for it. And we can't get anywhere with that either. So I really want you to consider demoing these things, replacing them with something that's more conducive to the environment down there, because we live with it all day long and all night long, and it's a tragedy. So I don't think anybody was happier than the police the day that they closed those bathrooms down. And if we're going to reopen them again, the police are going to be down there all the time, and it's just not going to serve the community well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Margareta Fratila.
Good afternoon, everyone. Margaret Fratila, 3606 Tripoli Drive, 78415. I'm here today again to remind all of you that last time when I was here, I was talking about the buildings, abandoned buildings, and building in a very bad shape. And we still have like one in 1312 Agnes, which is this white big elephant that I just find out that even is rented, you know. So I'm talking from my personal experience that happening 10 years ago, being in a building that caught in a fire because I didn't know about the certificate of occupancy. I lost my business, and it was very hard to put back the business again. So I'm thinking about making the proposal to have a task force which will keep very close connection with the development services, which, by the way, I want to praise to them. Jean Deloro is really looking for the small businesses. And as a chamber champion, the Chamber of Commerce, I really talk to businesses every day, lots of businesses. They have a lot of problems with the buildings that the building owners doesn't take care of their properties. And I want somebody, if they look, to see how they should look like. They should talk to David Loeb, which is really, it's amazing in keeping his properties. Also, this is it's not only the Chamber of Commerce or the city, it will be the Nueces County Appraisal District that they know when the businesses they are open, also the tax office, the police department, code enforcement. I want to praise and thanks to the code enforcement because they're really looking very closely into that. But again, if we don't have more ordinances like the one to be certificate of occupancy, and I would like for city manager to enforce that, because again, the businesses, they are worried where they going to rent, how they going to rent, and of course the owner of the businesses don't want to hear about that because they are involved some expenses. But small businesses pay money to stay in these places. The parking lots, they are not done. Interior, they are not done. And just busted a big pipe in my building, which I lost half of my shop just last week. So again, I would like to look into that, and I heard that there are some possibilities to have a task force for different reasons. So that would be to emphasize the responsibility that the business owner of the buildings they have to have for their tenants. And by the way, thank you for congratulations for Miss Patricia Canales Bell, because I know that she deserves it. I just find out now. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
We have 4 additional people. Dennis Berry. Dennis Berry? No.
I said I'd never do this again. This is the 3rd time I've been here in 25 years. I was here 25 years ago when there was a bid rigging taking place and the city staff had bogused up the bids, and we got that taken care of. Then I was here when Carolyn Vaughn got sworn in for city council, and I'm Dennis Berry, 4550 River Park Drive. And I came down here that day because the city owned a half acre at the end of my street that they'd owned for 20-something years. They bought it for $1 from the FDIC, and they were paying somebody $300 a month for years to mow it. And somebody stopped mowing it, and code enforcement came over and put up a sign that it was going to be mowed at the owner's expense if they didn't mow it. And so the gentleman with code enforcement, I don't know if he's here today, he said, "Man, you just got me in trouble." And but guess what? I said, "Why don't you sell that lot like you've told me that you're going to do for 10 years? And the city sold that lot, so they made that right too. And that bathhouse at North Beach that I just heard about, I said I was going to speak on that too, because it needs to be torn down. Bathhouses and bathrooms, I only know this from West Guth Park, are where perverts hang out in the underbelly of our city. And you don't want one by your house. That's where illicit drugs, illicit sex, and everything else goes on in those. It happens out where I grew up. But everybody knows I'm here about the Port Commission appointment. If you don't know me, then I already know how you're voting. But if you do, I hope you'll vote right. And I am for diversity and for change, not for the status quo we've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe Kruger.
Hello, Joe Kruger, 1220 C Secret, Port Aransas, Texas. I'm asking this council to please consider selecting a person to the Port Commission that will be fair to other communities around them, especially when you're making decisions that's going to affect these other communities. It seems like a lot of the applicants have a huge conflict of interest, given that they are stakeholders of the industry players or related to the county judge. There are other applicants that seem not to have these conflicts or interests attached to them, and I hope that you would consider them for the Port of Corpus Christi Commissioner. I've done a lot of research and I read on a lot of the people that were applying for this port commission, and it seems like Al Jones would be an excellent person to sit on that seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dick Messbarger.
Mayor, members of the council, Dick Messbarger, 14901 Windward Drive on the island. About 5 or 6 years ago, my wife and I started volunteering at the Salvation Army at Christmas time, serving, and I didn't know that much about the Salvation Army, but I learned real quick. And recently, about a year ago, my wife and I both joined the board of directors for the Salvation Army. And I have to tell you, every month we get an opportunity to find out all the good things that they do, and it's absolutely amazing. What they do with, you know, the programs that you're familiar with, the feeding of the homeless and the housing, and what they did after Hurricane Harvey was just amazing. So anyway, I just want to tell you, and this has been a long listening period for you, but I just want to tell you that I really strongly support you approving the 4B grant for the Salvation Army. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Debbie Lindsay Opal.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Debbie Lindsay Opal, 700 Everhart, F11 here in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I, more than most, definitely appreciate the service that you bring to the city of Corpus Christi. We thank you for all that you do. I was not intending to speak today, but two things have come to my attention that I really wanted to share with you. And one is to extend my appreciation to the city manager, Peter Zanoni, for working on the riptide currents at Bob Hall Pier. In fact, how quickly it can change your life. My son came to visit us at the beach last summer when we were playing with our grandson, and as soon as he drove up, I drug him and threw him out into the water because he was a lifeguard, although it's Schlitterbahn. And there was a young boy drowning. His mother had stepped to the restroom. His father didn't know how to swim. They were from San Antonio, and they didn't understand the dangers. So this is a crucial issue for our community, and one that we need to help all of our visitors understand. It's not just a day at the beach. You have to be aware of that. The second subject that I have to bring up is, okay, not quite as dramatic. I really want to extend, on behalf of the Leadership Corpus Christi Association, our appreciation to Mayor McComb for willing to step in and help support growing and expanding the opportunities at the LCCA Roast, which will be on February the 20th. I am one of the roastees along with Leah Oliveri, and we have a whole cast of characters who are going to be having a fun night. But it's not just to come and have a good time. We often talk about leadership in this community. We talk about the need to grow stronger leaders, to give them better opportunities, and what they need to see is they need to see you in their windshield. They need to see us in their windshield. When they come out to events, we need to be growing the next generation. There's been a lot of conversation today about what comes next, and they're here, but they're going to need our help to do better. So I would like to invite you to join us at the roast. You can go to lccaalumni.com and sign up for the roast if you'd like to come. But just take those opportunities to continue to help our community tap into the resources we have and help them grow and be better. That's something we all need to be looking forward to. So thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you on the 20th, and thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are all the individuals who have signed up at this time. Is there anyone who did not have an opportunity to sign up who'd like to speak now? Could you indicate by raising your hand, ma'am? Okay, so I see one individual. Go ahead. You want to come up, ma'am?
And just for clarification, I'm not the one being roasted, so you can save your... I know you're chomping at the bits, but I'm not the one being roasted.
Good morning. I'm Chris Kewen, 7038 Faro. And I know I don't envy you your difficult job today, because I know you have an important decision to make regarding the Port Commission vacancy. and many qualified people are interested in this position, but I don't think any of them are more qualified than Patricia Canales-Bell. She's highly educated, she's highly motivated, she's a respected local attorney, she's a native Corpus Christian. She and her family have long been known for their leadership and community involvement. Patricia Canales-Bell is eager and able to serve the community. She will bring to the Port Commission a fresh outlook that represents the new wave of thinking that we need to move Corpus Christi forward. Something else Patricia Bell will bring to the Port Commission is ethnic and gender diversity, which is sadly lacking. Although some outstanding women have served on the Port Commission, none of them was ever appointed by our City Council. This oversight can easily be corrected. A vote today for Patricia Canales-Bell to fill the vacant seat on the Port Commission will be a vote for honesty, integrity, fresh insight, and progress that we need to move Corpus Christi forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, one more.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of the council. My name is Philip Ramirez. I live at 322 Santa Monica Place, and I'm here to discuss the Type B request for the Salvation Army. I got involved with this project about 5 years ago now, and the minute that I stepped in and had the first meeting with the Salvation Army and walked out of their facility over on Josephine Street, just a couple of blocks from here, I had a very much a life-changing moment happen to me at that point in time. As I got out, as I stepped into my car, I watched a young mother get off of the bus with her two very small children, both with backpacks on their backs, and walk in to the Salvation Army. And as a newly founded parent, it really, really touched my heart to see the fact that there are children and families living within this community that is their reality. That is what they know. And the fact that this community was kind enough to support the Type B proposition that I was glad to help assist in trying to get it passed within this community. The affordable housing component of this is a testament to why that is so important. Not only the economic development in the streets, but this is an important part that is something that is very meaningful to this community, and this is a chance that we have through the great work that Captain Gessner and his wife and their wonderful staff at the Salvation Army. I know several of you all who have gotten a chance to go visit their facilities and see the impact that they make amongst our other homeless organizations that we have within our community. I'd like to thank Peter for his initiatives to help on the homeless as well as this council, but this particularly is for the homeless families within this community and our veterans, which are some of our most vulnerable within our society. And this is the only shelter that can take an intact family at any given time and keep the family unit together until they can get them back on their feet and back out to be contributing citizens to our community. So I certainly urge y'all to support this request and certainly appreciate your support in these initiatives. And thank y'all very much for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Pena, 2813 Hobart Street. We got several issues, but I'm going to try to get the most pressing for us anyway is the water quality in our neighborhood. We've been complaining about the water and the dirt coming in the houses and what have you. I've got pictures and documentation for anybody who's interested. And there's, you know, they come through there. I guess the procedure is to come and flush the fire hydrant, but you can't take out what's already in the house. I can show you from those pictures and documentation that it didn't do any good to flush the hydrant because it's already in the house. Whatever damage it's causing, rocks, dirt, sand, whatever, you know, that's an issue that we'd like for you to address soon. Because flushing one hydrant doesn't fix the whole neighborhood. If you're gonna flush the whole neighborhood, not just one hydrant. And it's not isolated, it's throughout. All the neighbors, as part of the Residents Association, have come with this problem to us, so we'd like to see someone out there to take care of it. The other issue, of course, is the deterioration of the streets in our neighborhood. And it's not any more than anybody else except, yeah, ours is being violated by trucks, tractor trailers. So they're coming through our streets, not only because of the house that's tearing down, but because of the construction of the freeway. They're going down streets where they shouldn't go. They're going down dead-end streets and still managing, tearing up corners, tearing up curbs and what have you. And we'd like for that to be addressed, because it seems like we've had, we've called in several times about the condition of the streets, but they weren't like that. They're getting in that condition, and they're getting worse, because the trucks are still coming through there and still violating the neighborhood. And other than that, that's pretty much the end of it.
Mr. Zone, can we get his area on? Okay.
Our streets director's right there. He'll speak with you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, seeing no one else, we'll close the public comment period. Thank you.
All right, well, it's 1:30. I think we'll take a break. No, we better not do that. I wouldn't do that to you. All right, next on our agenda is the appointment of board and commissions, and it's obvious from the public comment that we've got one appointment today for the Port of Corpus Christi. This it resulted in the fact that the city appointee earlier this year had submitted his resignation, and so we've gone through the process of advertising for folks to express an interest in the service on the Port Commission. Just so everybody understands, this is to fill the unexpired term of the existing term of Mr. Wayne Squires, and that term ends December 31 of this year. Is that correct? So this is to fill the unexpired term. And so we've had, according to my count, at least on the list, we've had 14. I think we've actually had more people than that apply. Some have withdrawn for whatever reasons, and we appreciate that. And let me say thank you to all that have applied. Several qualified candidates that have submitted their names for consideration. But we'll open the process up for the council to make some nominations, but understanding that the term that we are filling is for the unexpired term, which will end December 31 of this year. So we'll open it up for nominations or motions or whatever, and we'll give her the names, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Al Jones.
All right.
I'd like to nominate Patricia Canales-Bell.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Brian Gully.
Okay, we got Al Jones, Brian Gully, and Patricia. All right, is there any other nominations? All right, seeing none, then entertain a motion to close nomination cease. All right, there's a motion to second, nomination cease. All in favor?
Second.
All right.
Who seconded that?
Well, I'm not
Did
sure.
somebody second it? I thought they did.
I'll second it.
Thank you,
All
Everett.
right.
Okay.
All in favor now that it's been seconded, say aye for nomination C. All right. All opposed? All right, well, then I think our normal procedure is we'll just go down and start with the, and list who we want to, and first person to 5, I guess. The unfortunate thing is we only got one position and we got several good people. So I don't think the port is going to be, or the city is going to be not well represented depending on how the votes go. So I appreciate that very much. I can start, and then I guess we'll go start second, and then just go back here until we get through with everybody, and we'll see where we are. I'll vote for Al Jones.
Okay. You want to move with Ms. Fajardo?
Yeah, Ms. Barlow.
Sorry, Bell.
Yes, sir.
Jones.
Jones.
Bell.
Jones. Bell.
Gully.
That's 5 votes for Mr. Jones.
All right. Well, congratulations to Mr. Jones, and for those that submitted their names, we thank you very, very much. And Ms. Bell, you had a world of supporters here. And again, remember, this is the for the unexpired term, and so this process will be repeated at the end of this year for either reappointment or a new appointment, but it will be a process available at the end of the year. Thank you very much, and we appreciate everybody's interest and commitment to serve. I did mention it was 1:30. Ms. Huerta, according to the agenda, where are we here? Let's see.
Go to page 4, Mayor.
Yeah. All right, the council will go into executive session on item 27 per the Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.087, and we shall return. Thank you very much. Well, we
16, 15, 16.
appreciate y'all sticking around. We'll get back to, we're on item K. This is the consent agenda, and it is items 4 through 17. And what that means is that unless someone wants to pull an item and have it discussed separately, we will entertain a motion for the approval of consent agenda items 4 through 17.
Mayor, I'd like to pull number 7 and number 13.
7 and 13.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 10, please.
Number 10. Any other council members?
Number
We got
17, please, Mayor.
17.
Yeah, it's for me and Everett.
Well, 15, 16, and 17 altogether.
You want to pull all three of them?
Yeah.
15, 16, and 17. All right. All right, so that, on our consent agenda then, we've got left 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve items 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 14. Any discussion on the council? Anyone in the public? Any public comment on those items, or is there an item that you would like to have pulled from the agenda to be discussed privately? I mean, publicly? Huh? No?
No.
Okay. All right, and just a technicality there on item 14 there, I think you meant to say public safety radio system. Down there, the last two sentences there. All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of items 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 14. There's been a motion and a second.
Yes.
No more public comment or council comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll go back to item number 7. We wanted that pulled.
I did.
Okay, item number 7.
Okay. I want to say I on this one, I appreciate that we're actually starting to do some preventive maintenance on these types of things, but there's nothing in the contract that talks about having this entered into Maximo or how we do these things. Now, every time we have one of these contracts, I bring this up in terms of including this information into our tracking system to how we take care of these things. I understand that it is a contracted work, but we still have to track all that information. And, you know, I have to give credit to the airport. You guys have been tracking in Maximo a lot better than most departments. At least when I first got here, you guys were at the top of that list. But I'd like to see this in their contracts. So going forward, would please include adding this stuff into Maximo for this going forward. I'm going to bring it up every time if you don't. Okay?
I appreciate that. I have a sticky on my computer, I promise, and I'm working with Peter Collins and Charles Mendoza to get the language. We're adding it to the splash pads. We'll add it to this one as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. With that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second on item 7. Any other comments from the council? Mr. Garza?
No, I'm sorry, that was from
All right.
the previous.
Any public comment on item number 7? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item number 10. Who's doing this one?
Mayor, for the record, Keith Selman, Assistant City Manager.
Okay, who had the questions on number 10?
I asked for it to be pulled, Mayor.
All right.
First of all, I want to thank the council in advance for being supportive of this pier. I know that it is an important piece of not only the history but the culture of our city, and it's something that it is deeply important to many of the citizens. And there's not anyone here in this room that doesn't have a fond memory, I'm sure. One of the questions I have about this agenda item is, and one of my concerns, which I'm sure it's included, but I just want to clarify, is that during the design phase, I want to make sure that there's plenty of opportunity for the public to be involved. So I'm not sure if that means having public charrettes throughout the city, or another survey, or how do we plan on going about that to making sure that the public remains engaged?
Yeah, Mayor, part of the consultants' work on this project will be for that engagement. We've typically what they would do is have public meetings on that for engagement, but I think we need to look at methodologies on this one to kind of reinvent that. We've already got 1,300 comments on that pier and what the community would like to see on that pier that we got in a survey, the Monkey survey, and it worked great. That kind of response is a great indicator of the importance of this project to this community and how many people out there care about this project. So yeah, the plan is to hit the street hard and fast on this project to make sure that we provide for the people that are users of the pier and that park the type of amenity they want and expect.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just add to that we'll, if Jacobs is awarded today, we will work with them in their scope of work to determine the public input process, but it will include engaging the public. It could be at the park, it could be a formal meeting at a library or someplace, but we told all the finalists that we interviewed that public engagement's a big part of this, so they're aware, and we want to make sure they knew so they can include that in their work plan or their scope of work, make sure they have the right public engagement staff on their teams.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I move to approve.
There's a motion and a second.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Salmon, being that we're going to spend some monies on the design, which is good, that's progress towards the end product, what are we looking at in terms of, I guess, the length of time in which we would find the funds? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but we had a memo back in 19, I guess it was the end of the year or so, and it was regarding that pier going back up today would be a little over $4 million. We're going to improve it. We have no idea what that, hence the design today. So my fear is, and what I don't want to happen is for this design plan to sit. Meanwhile, $4 million just became 8, which became 10, which becomes 12. And so what are we looking at in terms of actively looking for these funds so that the design costs don't outweigh that?
Great question there. We're going to be looking at 3 sources of funding for the construction phase. Now, this is being paid for out of the bond. One of the things we're hoping to do is hold down this contract. The first phase is to really get a nice picture, a snapshot of what we really want designed. That should hold down the cost of this design project. Any additional monies that we would have in that bond, some will go to DEMIT, others would also go to possibly the demolition of this pier. Once we get that far, then we're going to look to 3 primary sources for funding. We're going to look to the enrichment fund, and particularly the unobligated, that is not restricted, the unrestricted section of the enrichment fund. Another one is Type B. It would be Type B eligible. So that's an opportunity that presents itself on this project as well. And then the other one is as we're doing clearinghouses on other bond projects. Those are the 3 primary sources we would look at. If we fall short on that, then it comes to a decision whether or not we want to incorporate it potentially into the next bond package.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also think that a survey, and I can't recall, well, we've done several, I think, through the city, but I think a survey would be very beneficial to send out so that we can find out from people, what it is they'd like to see incorporated.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman. That's what we did last summer, late last summer.
Yes.
We did. And,
And it was for the pier, wasn't it?
What's that?
Was it for the pier?
It was for the
It was
Cold
for
Park
the
Pier, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so a survey would be great in terms
Yeah.
of, what you'd like to see on this pier.
Exactly. Yeah. One thing that Jacobs knows from our conversation with them in the interview process is we do need to be mindful of the budget, and so we could design a $12 million pier real easily. So It's gonna be a combination of trying to stay within a budget, and yet we don't have the money totally identified yet, so that'll be some of the work that will take place.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, any other comments on item 10? There's a motion and a second, it's basically to enter into a $100,000 contract.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further discussion, anyone from the public? Comments on item number 10? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, number 13. Okay.
Okay, this is one I asked to be pulled. I want to say on this one has a special meaning to me. As many of you possibly may know, I was homeless when I was a young kid. Wow, it's harder than I thought. And the Salvation Army took us in. Maybe it's providence or something special to be in a position to give back and help in a big way, especially with family housing. It's very important being in a situation where you're a teenage kid, 12, 13 years old, and you're separated from your family. Having this project will keep them together. So it gives me great pride to make this motion to approve this item.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any other comment? Any public comment? Ms. Harris, is this all right if we pass this? Yeah? All right. All right. All right, motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And it looked like you're well underway over there making progress. Well, it's a much-needed facility, and we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, item 15. Who wanted to pull that one? Okay.
Mayor, I just kind of wanted to talk in general about 15, 16, and 17.
Okay.
And it was, previous practice was for us to give letters of recommendation to all the housing projects that were given to us, and then let the state at their level decide who gets the most points and who's got the likelihood of getting the projects. Sometimes a developer or another makes a mistake. Maybe they don't turn in the check that's required for them to be able to be considered. They don't turn in their paperwork in time. So if we choose one housing project to recommend and choose no objection on the others, then we only have one shot out of it, and then we may not get a project at all for that year. And so I really think that we need to go back. We shouldn't show favoritism from one developer to another. We should vote for all the projects and recommend that they all be recommended for approval, and let them take their shots at the state level. For years, I've been pushing for projects to consider coming to either the uptown or the downtown area, because I really believe real strongly that our inner core areas are only going to redevelop if we get some people living down in these areas. And sometimes the numbers just don't work for private investment. So the only possibilities that you have are for either tax credit or some sort of projects that might be eligible for some assistance. So I'm really asking the council to pass resolutions of support for 15, 16, and 17. Thank you.
All right.
Second.
Are you making that formal motion, or you just, at some point when you want to hear the discussion?
Well, I'd like to hear discussion if somebody's got some some objections to it. Otherwise, I'll make a motion to
All
pass
right,
the
well,
resolution for all.
let's hear, Judy, kind of go over this since this is in your territory, and my history or recollection is like Rudy's is that we just send them off and then the state gets to make the decisions, not us. We don't get in trouble, they do. But kind of go over what we've done. But let me ask you this, and I don't know whether, and I'm assuming that these are three projects all vying for the same pot of money, and there's only one going to get a dip in the pot, right?
That's correct, Mayor. And
All
I do
right.
have a presentation if you'd like to see it.
So the thing that concerns me on this, and I need to make sure procedurally we're right. On a letter I received, it says on November the 5th, 2019, the city made available request for resolution guidelines.
That's correct.
All right. And then, I guess all of them went to work. And then from somewhere between November of 19 to February of 2020, I don't know whether one applicant or everybody was notified that the rules had changed. And that, so I'm trying to figure out, one, why the rules changed in the middle, and we've got two that didn't qualify and the one that did. I mean, were the rules changed in the middle of the process?
The rules were not, well, not that they weren't changed in the middle of the process. At the very beginning, we didn't have locations until mid-December, for example. At that time, we looked at all the projects. We started off with seven. Seven projects were being proposed for a resolution of support. After the developers submitted a pre-application to the state, four of them fell off, meaning they looked at each other's scores and realized that they didn't have a viable project to get the tax credit. So four of them requested that we cancel their resolution of support. At that time, we looked at each of the projects, the three competitive projects, and we looked at, from the past years, we looked at location, we looked at the number of units versus the number of affordable units versus the number of fair market units. We took all of those things into consideration moving forward for a final recommendation. Yes, in the past, we've done a blanket resolution of support, but we're essentially letting the state know that, we're letting the state know that, out of the four that usually move forward, they'll decide which ones. And we kind of looked at what other folks are doing, and other cities are making that determination for themselves as what type of affordable housing they want in their community. So we took that approach this year.
All right.
And furthermore, we also looked at just overall. We also looked at overall of the tax credit projects that have been approved in the past from TDHCA, and we have to just make sure that we don't concentrate affordable housing in specific areas, specific districts. So doing so really borders segregation of certain populations. So we just looked at the overall picture of the three that were competing at this point, and therefore that's where the recommendation comes from.
All right, well, and I don't know whether the letter I got, it was addressed to me, but it may have been sent to all the council members, but on my email, it just had addressed to me, so I don't know who may have the letter, who may not. So if y'all have all got the same letter, I apologize. If you don't, well then, this is the basis for my question.
I do have maps on the presentation that will show, certain distances where they're at in relation to Corpus Christi in general.
Yeah, Mayor, if you don't mind, maybe have Rudy's, a key thing in affordable housing, especially at this level, which is the majority of the units are at 60% AMI, is we want to make sure proximity to services is available. So things like grocery stores, bus stops, employment centers, and schools. And so Rudy will go over this with you in the maps, but it's clear that one project does, the other two don't have good proximity. A lot of folks living at this income level don't have reliable or any transportation. And so we don't want to put persons in a place that they can't get to school, they can't get to the grocery store, or it's a great distance to walk there. So you'll see in the maps, when Rudy goes through them, the geographic situations that exist for the three.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to recap, these tax credits are administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The proposed developments compete through a competitive process in which points are generated for the application to the state. Receiving a resolution of support or resolution of no objective from Corpus Christi's governing body is a point factor in the developer's overall score. So this is a snapshot or an aerial view of the 3 proposed projects that we have moving forward from the original 7 and where they're located in Corpus Christi. Again, of the 3 projects requesting tax credits, only 1 project will be awarded at the end of July by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The first project we're bringing forward is Village at McCardle. This is TG 110 is proposing 82 multifamily new construction units to be located at 5314 McCardle. Staff is recommending a resolution of support. This is an aerial view of the project. This is an aerial view of the project with the required community amenities, and those required community amenities are primary, middle, and high schools, grocery store, recreational park, and a bus route location. This slide is basically the same aerial view, but with the distances of each one of the community amenities. The next project is Fish Pond at Fitzgerald. They're proposing 100 units of multifamily affordable housing to be located at the southwest corner of Fitzgerald and North Chaparral, where staff is recommending a resolution of no objection for this project. This is an aerial view of where the project is proposed to be located. This is an aerial view of the community amenities, and again, the one with the distances to those community amenities by the development. The last is Washington Cole's apartment. They're proposing 86 units to be located at 1124 Martin Luther King Drive. This is also multifamily, and staff recommends a resolution of no objection. Again, an aerial view of the location in Corpus Christi, an aerial view of the community amenities, and lastly, the distance from the community amenities to the project. Now I can answer specific questions. Also, the developers of the projects are here if you have any project-specific questions.
Ms. Guajardo? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. So, we just got done saying we want affordable housing, we need affordable housing. We'll take affordable housing at all costs. Not you. But we're now out here saying, but we're gonna pick and choose what we want and where we want it, and therefore we won't support all of the projects as we have in the past. Did y'all hear that? Because that's what we just walked out of there and said. We need affordable housing at a very high price. We want affordable housing. And I believe, Mayor, you said it was a priority, and of course it is. But we're now hearing, but we want it where we want it, how we want it, and if we want it. So I just need clarity, because this is very confusing with what was just said on both ends here. And I guess let's start with that, and then we can go back one screen, because I got some questions on that as well.
Thank you. To your question, yes, we've not done that in the past. In the past, we've done the blanket. This year, we looked at specific projects, where they're at, where they're located, what are the amenities of the folks who will likely live there that meet the definition of affordable. So yes, this year, that is the approach that we took.
Okay. Okay, can you go back one screen, please, Rudy? Okay, so the reason Washington Coles was given a letter, but then the letter was retracted, was why? But why was this one not
Keith will answer that.
approved? Or given a letter of support, I should say?
It was not a, Mayor, if I may, that was not a letter of support. That was a letter.
No objection.
No, it was a letter to the department at the state level to waive their 2,000-foot, or to consider a variance or a waiver to the 2,000-foot distance requirement from a refinery.
2 mile?
To waive it, to
The
get
2 mile,
to get a variance to that 2 mile. And then we retracted that letter. We did send them another letter stating that we felt that it was good policy.
We sent them a letter, so we're not objecting. So are they within the 2 mile?
They are within 2 miles of a refinery.
Okay, and we've had others that have been 2 miles, and we help with the mitigation plan. Staff, we help, the city helps them. So did we not do this here? Or what's the reason we're not giving a letter of support for this particular project?
You mean a resolution of support?
Resolution of support, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The reasons, as Rudy articulated, is the proximity to amenities. These 4 or 5 amenities that the state looks at, and that a city can look at. Cities across the state, from my prior experience, use similar metrics to determine where an affordable housing unit should go. And so when you have great distances to the nearest grocery store, certainly nearly 3 miles is really not a walking distance to pick up a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. And so proximity to schools, grocery stores, employment centers. When you compare this map, can you go to the other one, Keith? Sure. At the McCardle? Even that one. Go to the McCardle one. So this one's a better, see the proximity to the amenities here. The grocery store is just right across the street. Everything's in walking distance. And so people that have a tough time with transportation, especially families in the 60% AMI bracket, are going to have a better quality of life living in a place like this here, where there's a big job employment center with the mall and other subsidiary businesses there. And then you have walking distance to grocery stores, schools, and bus stops. And so that's the...
Is this not something that an applicant would know then? Why would you apply? If the distance is too far, I would imagine this is a process to apply for, because it's via the state. But
Yeah.
isn't this a part of, or wouldn't this be a considering factor in applying for something like this?
It probably is. I mean, those, coincidentally, the two that are on the agenda as well are in the downtown area. Right, the near downtown, and the state awards points if a project's near downtown, so they benefit from that. You'd probably have to ask the applicants, but what their rationale is. But different developers have different rationale for.
Do we have an applicant here?
I believe they're all here.
They are all here.
Yeah.
Who's that? Oh, well, I'd like to know.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I am Anita Daniels. I am the founder of Anita D. Designer Foundation, a nonprofit 501c3. And to answer your question, our project is a mixed use project. We will have homes above on the above floors, and then on the first floor we will have amenities for our residents to actually be able to partake of. We have outlined in our plan that not only will they have things there that they can use, facilities and programs and so on and so forth on the property, but we are also, that's just our phase 1. We have a phase 2 where we're going in to the Washington Coles area according to the plans that were set by the city, by the four-part agreement with the community, the city, the Port Authority, and TxDOT. We've satisfied all of that with our phases. We can't go in and offer something all at one time. But that's not, that particular proximity of a grocery store was not in our, or in the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs guidelines.
Or the school?
Or the school. We addressed everything according to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Everything. We followed the guidelines. We were not told that the proximity would take away our being given a supportive resolution from the city. As a matter of fact, in the waiver, the refinery waiver letter that we received, it said that, well, the first one that we received, it says that a resolution of support would be given to our project. And then a few days later, we received the retraction. So me, myself, as a nonprofit founder, I've given my word to the Washington Coles area. I've given my word to the city of Corpus Christi, and to honor that four-part agreement about the revitalization going into the Washington Coles and Hillcrest area. I gave my word not only of those things, but also to make sure that this area is revitalized. This is an area that has been underserved and under-resourced for decades. And as a city, I know I am not a resident here, but my father was a pastor, and my father preached in this area. He preached in Victoria, Edna, Ganado, Victoria, and Corpus Christi. I have relatives who preach here today in this city. And to be able to come into a city post-Hurricane Harvey, trying to bring in disaster relief to not just Corpus Christi, but to Bayshore, Woodsboro, Refugio, helping all of these citizens get back to rebuilding. And then we find out through the support of Texas A&M's Economic Leadership Council that Corpus Christi had a little area that needed some help. And we came in and we met with all of the city directors, all of the city leaders about Washington Coles specifically. And we were given the maps by your city senior planners and developers, telling us exactly where we needed to focus our attention on, where they wanted us to focus our attention on within the triangle area of Washington Coles, where the New Harbor Bridge was coming in. We did exactly what was asked of us. And to now get to this point, and someone tells us that our citizens, our residents who we care about can't get to a grocery store, I'll bring in some motor vehicles for them. I'll bring in resources for them to get to a store so they won't have to be concerned about how they'll get a loaf of bread. And we're gonna put a coffee shop right inside of that mixed use development for our seniors and for those who take advantage of what we're bringing in. We're bringing in financial literacy programs for that area to help them to understand how to maintain housing and how to not let it get to where it is now. My heart, I have a heartthrob for this, what's going on in Washington Coles. And to get to this point, it saddens me. It is a sad day for me. And I caught a plane and I left my 13-year-old son in Houston without any breakfast to get here. And me, myself, I've only had cranberry juice today. But I want you to know, I hope I've answered your questions. I had a speech written out, but I hope I've answered your question and any other questions that you may have.
All right.
You have.
Here's 17 on the agenda, right? The Washington Coles Apartment Development.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr.
You're
Smith?
Thank you. Back in 2017, we did not blanket all of these. One that we did turn down was Seagulf Villages on there. So we need to keep that in mind. And if we fast forward today, we've seen Fish Pond has moved out of there. And as part of the downtown revitalization, the Seagulf is probably going to get a new life and a great life with it. And the Fish Pond development's located in the C District. And we know we got a huge transformation coming up in the C District. And if we look down there at it, it's right across from the CVB's office, catty-cornered with the ABC. We're going to see that bridge coming down. This whole C District is going to change. It's going to become a Heights or an East Austin on there. Do we want to commit ourselves to a 40-year project of this type right now? That this isn't an area that's in decline. It's an area of the future. This is the old Irish town of Corpus Christi. And I think we will be seeing a lot better, not better is not the word, projects that of higher value, higher tax base, projects that will serve our citizens. As you know, this city is going forward, and somebody that's lived here all my life with it, we're in times of change. The 21st century has arrived at Corpus Christi 20 years later. And we've got to quit looking in the rearview mirror at some of these projects. We know this C District area hasn't performed well in the past. We've got so much going for this city right now, getting people out there. We've got another developer sitting out in the audience that's going to bring that 21st century to us. And I wouldn't want to commit a 40-year project right now in the C District. So I support the resolution as it stands on the Fish Pond development.
Mr. Roy?
So the question I have, I want to go back, and I'm glad that Greg stated that there have been projects in the past. And forgive me if I don't know the actual history, but I know out in Calallen, at some point there was a debate over affordable housing out there, correct? So I know that there has been debate in the past, and we haven't just blanketed approved everything across the board. I do have a concern, though, as the mayor stated, that we started this process out. You had 7 developments that were in contention, and then 4 dropped out for whatever reason. And then we came up with this idea that we would start looking at the proximity to everything. So I have a little bit of concern there, but I want to talk to the developer that has the fish pond. I want to ask a question, because if I understand that area correctly, the person that is willing to sell that to you, are there deed restrictions there in terms of what can be put?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that?
So the deed restrictions, there can be no hotel on the site, no hotel use.
Yeah. So, I mean, on one hand, and this is almost like the chicken and the egg. On one hand, we have a situation here where we've had landowners that own a lot of the downtown, and they have to be willing to sell. You can't force somebody to sell their property. And if they sell it, part of selling that property is they have to be okay with its intended use, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this particular property has a deed restriction on it for hotels.
Against hotels.
And the seller's willing to sell that property to you.
Yes, sir.
And that land has been vacant for how many years?
Over 20 years and on the market for 20 years, or available to be purchased.
Okay, and I understand that, you know, we've got to be able to look at the future, but then I think we also have to be realists. And I think we have to take a look at in terms of, is that seller going to release that land if the intended use was to be a hotel, especially if they had a deed restriction in there. So I think all of those things have to be looked at. And I've got some more questions later, but that's really what I wanted to ask right now, sir. Thank you. My question as far as the William and Coles area goes, You said that you basically went through the same process. You met with staff, you did everything that you thought was necessary to move forward. And at what point in time were you told that we kind of changed some things?
Last week.
Last week. Okay, thank you very much. That's the only questions I have.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. Okay, just for clarity's sake, I want to make sure I understand who's in charge of housing going forward, because I was expecting Rudy in the
Yeah,
executive session, but now
right.
he's doing this one.
Yeah,
Can you provide some clarity on that?
Sure, right. So Rudy, this will be the last time Rudy does the 9% tax credits. He began the project back in December, November, when we hadn't had the housing unit up.
Okay.
So we let him continue this project through, but going forward, it'll be all under Barton Bailey and the housing unit that was created with the budget this year.
Okay, can you make sure our organizational chart reflects that, because it still says housing and,
Yeah,
and community
we'll take care of
development? Okay,
Yeah.
that's why I asked the question early on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, second, on this, my view of government is not to pick winners and losers, but to make sure there's a fair playing ground for everybody to compete. It seems to me that we're putting the thumb on the scale for TG 110 Inc. versus the other ones. And now I don't know if that's the correct way to say that, but the perception is that's the case, considering this project and another project. I don't want to have our city have that kind of reputation that we're tipping the scales for someone over another. We should be fair on this, and we should support all of them equally. I think even though those locations may not be the best, we still want to, it's like somebody said earlier, it's a chicken or the egg, right? Do you bring residents in first, or do you bring amenities first? Well, last time I checked, businesses don't place their businesses in a location if there's nobody there. Okay, so I understand that. Plus, we want to make sure we have people in the communities like Washington Coles, like the C District, where there's actually people there and there's some vibrancy there. Why would we not want to support that? I think that's a negative on our part. We should, if we're going to do a resolution of support, we should do all of them equally. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera?
Rudy or Peter? Thank you, Mayor. Okay, the consequences associated with providing letters of support, how does that affect the overall formula?
Right, the letter of support will garnish 17 points, and the letter of, the resolution of no objection is 14 points.
Okay.
And it's all based on a point system.
Now, but can you explain the point system altogether?
The
Can anyone-
TDCA point system I can't fully explain, just our part of it. We provide a resolution of support, 17 points, resolution of no objection, 14 points. So these, they run on point system, so at any given end of the year or end of the process, 1 point can separate the winning award from the non-winning award.
Over how many points?
It just depends. I don't have that fully overall.
It's pretty competitive, so a point can cause one person to win over the other. It comes down to, there's actually tiebreakers that take place because it's so competitive that the state will have tiebreakers when two proposals have the same score. So you have to go to a tiebreaker scenario.
And we're competing across the country, across the state?
Across Region 10.
Across Region 10, and that entails?
Corpus Christi and Victoria.
Corpus Christi and Victoria. Does us providing letters of support to everyone possibly put us in a position now where we've given the advantage to Victoria?
No. Usually because of the amenities that we have, we will outscore Victoria.
Oh, okay, I got you. So Victoria, so Victoria never gets any points?
Not if we're competing.
Not if we're competing, okay. I got you. So what are some other criteria with regard to the points? I mean, obviously, Do they get points with regard to the proximity to to, you know, to retail, to schools, to crime areas that are in crime? I mean, what falls back on us once we have to go back?
I wouldn't have the answer. It would be directly from one of the developers.
Sure.
I'm gonna jump in real quick.
I didn't blink.
Oh, the wink. Got it, real quick. To my point, real quick, Peter, we need a workshop on this. On this whole tax credit, affordable housing. No one up here knows the knowledge you have, sir, the knowledge, Rudy, you have, or the knowledge you may have, Mr. Zanoni.
Okay.
We need to have a workshop on how all of this works, because we're running around trying to educate ourselves on something that's obviously critical. And as you can see, this conversation, it's critical.
Right.
And we do not know, we do not have it in a packet, we do not know the ins and outs of how this all works. So I strongly suggest, again, I've already kind of communicated that via email, that we do this, please.
We can do that, yeah.
Go ahead.
And I didn't introduce myself before. David Fournier with Fish Pond Development, and
By the
actually,
way, David, thank you for the Sea Gulf building.
yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
And I'm grateful because I think that's going to be a great development once we're completed and we can push HUD along. We're doing everything we can. So it's an incredibly competitive process. I saw the maps that Rudy put up, and we have to, when you're going through TDHCA process, it's proximity to grocery, it's proximity to you know, other retailers, drugstores, it's proximity to parks, it's proximity to schools, it's whether or not the schools are received the grade of, you know, depending on what the grade of the school has. Some districts don't qualify because the schools have a failing grade. It's proximity. There are points for proximity to downtown, which is the reason we selected this site. Councilman Barrera, I spoke to you about another site we were looking at on Crosstown Parkway, and we actually dropped that site because we knew it wouldn't score. Part of it was it had proximity to another tax credit development, and so TDHCA does a good job about that. To answer the question about concentration of poverty, TDHCA, you lose points for being close to another tax credit property, or if you're in a census tract that has an existing tax credit property. If you have it, it's called a clean district or clean tract if you don't have it. So, and the funny thing is on East Austin is now, we live in Austin, and East Austin, it was the tax credit development that sparked East Austin. In fact, and if there was a time when that was in Austin, that was the easiest place to get a development, and it had nothing to do with demographics. It's just the land was cheaper, and so that's a big component of a development. And so now East Austin is one of the most thriving markets. I have friends that live there, and it's actually now they're talking about East Austin being gentrified. So, and look back 10 years, and it was nobody wanted to be there. Our site is in, and we took all of this scoring criteria into when we looked at this as a location. We also looked at the goals of the downtown area development plan, which its focus was to create affordable housing, especially for households with limited means. It's in the TERS, and part of the TERS goals is to have residential and mixed income, and all of this comes together with the scoring process. Our development actually is the top scoring when you take into consideration the tiebreakers. We are the top scoring development for Region 10. With the resolution of no objection, we lose.
Okay, I got you.
And so, and just only because I've been in the affordable housing space for 20 plus years, and I'm happy to come and talk to anybody about it. We own several existing affordable housing properties, and unless it's a senior and disabled property like we have with Seagulf, parking is actually an issue. Everybody has a car. And actually, one thing I just wanted to highlight, because we kind of do ourselves a disservice by calling it affordable housing, because affordable housing is out of favor, but the term workforce housing is in favor. But without subsidies, nobody can make that work because the cost of construction is so high. But I looked at this, so just give you some insight. So we're planning on, ours will have a mix of income. Most of them will be 60% of area median income, which is $66,000 in Corpus Christi. A two-person household at the 50% median income level makes $1,276. At the 60% median income level, they make $1,532. I pulled, this is current from yesterday on Indeed, jobs in downtown Corpus Christi. Hilton Garden Inn, maintenance, $8 to $12 an hour. Best Western, housekeeping, $11 to $12 an hour. Harrison's Landing, I love that place. Hostess, $8 to $9 an hour. Whataburger, cook, $10 an hour. City of Corpus Christi, 911 dispatcher, $14.78 an hour. The highest income would qualify for the development at 60% of AMI.
Thank you, David. I'd like to hear from the other developer as well. With regard to their property. And I think I'm leaning towards, I don't know, I think we had talked about tabling, and I don't know about, is there a problem that if we tabled it?
You could table this. The applications are due around the 28th of February, so if you wanted to bring it back next week, we could do that to give council more time and
All right,
information.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about all of them.
We could table, we could
go ahead.
postpone the vote on
Mr.
15, 16, 17 until next
Somebody-
week. If you,
Okay, Mr. Piet, go ahead.
We're the third party in the discussion. I'm Gil Piet. I'm the Executive Director of Prospera Housing Community Services. We're a 501c3. We've been around for more than 25 years. And TG 110 is one of our collaborators. And so we have the Village at McCardle application. And the reason why we chose that site was the proximity to amenities. We have over 50 affordable housing developments around the state of Texas that we've developed. And one of the things that we look at is certainly making sure that there are amenities available in the property. We build a community center in each property. We have after-school programs, because most of these families are holding down not just one but two jobs, and so their time is limited. Kids come home from school, parents are not there. We make sure that there's an after-school program. But the parents don't have a whole lot of time to get to grocery stores and get their kids to school and the like. And so that was one of the issues, one of the primary issues that we looked at in the citing for the Village at McCardle, because these families don't need amenities tomorrow or the next day or 2 years down the road. They need them immediately. And so I say that not as a criticism. I'm not here to talk against any of the other projects. I think we're all probably 501c3. I was a Catholic priest for 20 years, so I've done a little preaching around the area as well. But that is a factor. For us, the focus needs to be on the residents. It's great to talk about, the impact it will have on the city, and any one of these developments will have an impact on the city. But if we're not looking at the people that live there as individuals that need our consideration and concern, and whether they have the resources and amenities readily available when they move in, then I think we're doing a disservice to them. One of the other reasons why we cited the property where we did certainly was because of the location of transportation. It is right adjacent to the CCRTA Southside Bus Station and right next to the mall. And so people have ready access to transportation right there adjacent to the development. That also has a beneficial impact for CCRTA because this is a transit-oriented development. 80% of the proceeds from the sale of the land, which was originally purchased with federal funds, stay here in the city of Corpus Christi because it's a transit-oriented development. So that's a benefit to the city of Corpus Christi. And additionally, we're acquiring a small parcel that was basically unusable to be included in the project. That provides, I believe, another $100,000 to the city of Corpus Christi. So there's some added benefit there. In terms of, the role of the city in all of this, I know there's many municipalities that do say, well, we're just going to give a blanket letter of support. But I think it's also incumbent on not just Corpus Christi, but any municipality to say, okay, the state of Texas looks at factors that would apply anywhere in the state. I think it is the responsibility of the municipalities to look and say, okay, but in our judgment, we are the ones who live here, we are the ones who know our city, we are the ones who know our people. And so which development might serve our residents best? And so, I again, as I said earlier, I'm not here to speak against any of the other developments, and we are all 501c3s, and we are trying to get affordable housing for the city of Corpus Christi. But we did very consciously select the site we did so that the people that would be moving in would have the amenities and the schools and the benefits immediately available to them when they moved in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
Could we introduce Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, right, Barton.
Soon to be, just so that
Yeah.
every day is this exciting, just so that you know.
Have we introduced you before, Barton?
I think I may have been introduced in a
Yeah.
press conference. I'm
Okay, good.
I think we had
Bailey,
two,
I'm-
it's just. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Barton Bailey is, you've been, how long have you been here, Barton? 3 months?
starting my third month.
Third month. So we hired Barton as the team lead for two areas, housing and homelessness. And so Emily Schaefer's here in the audience. She's our lead for homelessness, and we're filling the position for the housing lead. So Barton oversees a team of two, and with himself it's three. So yeah.
Great,
Yeah, thank you,
I
Councilman.
just wanted to make sure that there's no confusion, because Rudy's been taking
Yeah.
care of us for such a long time.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're gonna be taking the lead going forward on all the rest of the projects, and he's gonna be. So that's really for the audience, but thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Rudy, for everything. We really, really appreciate it.
And I'm sorry, I had a couple more questions. I guess,
All right, go ahead, you got some more discussion?
okay, just a little bit. Anita, so it's okay, well, I guess you have to, do you have a board? And,
Yes,
and
I have a
that
board.
consists of how many people, and how is it compromised? How is the board set up?
When you ask how is the board set up, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
in other
Do
words.
we have a board of advisors
No, I mean, are there any residents? How are they chosen, just roughly?
from Corpus Christi?
Well, I guess your
residents
current board right now, how is your board of directors comprised of?
My board of directors is comprised of residents in different prospective areas with what I needed to support the nonprofit.
Okay, and how many are on your board of directors right now?
We have 5.
5, okay.
Yes.
And obviously, you don't have a local one, so, Okay, all right,
You said a local presence?
yeah.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, we appreciate your interest in investing in Corpus Christi. David, same question, pretty much? Or Mr. Fournier, is that the way you say that?
Yes, sir. So we are a for-profit developer.
Okay.
So like at most I don't know what the percentage, but a high number of the developers doing tax credit development are for-profits. They partner with nonprofits to provide services at the site.
Oh, okay. And so your plan, I mean, I got a lot of questions. I'm probably going to
Absolutely.
say, okay, to table it because there's too many questions to ask
Sure.
at this time. Okay, and then, and then I guess you'd partner with a nonprofit here?
We'll partner with a nonprofit to provide services locally.
Okay, do you know who that is yet? Or?
We have not selected yet.
Okay, all right. Thank
No,
you.
we're very open. And could I make a comment just
Sure,
on from a
please.
timing standpoint? If the vote is tabled for another week, right? Everybody's got so just from a timeline standpoint, everybody puts in their pre-applications in January based on the information that they have at the time, including the city's guidelines, and you're ordering third-party reports, you hire engineers, you hire architects. I mean, I got an email from my architect at 3 a.m. last night, and everybody goes full speed. There's really I mean, it is what it is. It's probably not smart to put everything in that compressed timeline, but the state does that. And so 1 week could cause delays. And so that could create an issue.
Mayor, I'd like make a
Well, I'm
motion
still
to
not- I'm
table
still-
15, 16, and 17.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
What was
can
the
I
motion?
I got one more
As
question.
soon as he's done, sorry, I'll.
And I pretty much know the answer to this, but I'd like to give you the opportunity. You have to come back up here. Sorry. Either way.
I'm Ryan Sweeney, Vice President with Prospera. Councilman, I believe your question was about the boards.
Yeah, the board.
We have approximately 15 properties around in the area. Every one of them has a local board. They're made up of both community representatives as well as residents on the properties. Every one of them are residents either of Corpus Christi or of Nueces County in the surrounding area. We're a community-based organization, so when we develop a property in Corpus Christi, we're looking specifically for members from the community to be giving us our directions on how they want the property and where.
Okay, do you have any board members here?
Have any more? Is Lamont still here?
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Where's Mr. Taylor? There he is. Mr. Lamont Taylor, he's a member of the TG 110 board.
Awesome.
Former chair. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you, for sure.
Sorry to interrupt you, or council member. Mayor, could I make a motion to table 15, 16, 17?
Well, let's get some clarification first. I mean, you're cutting your nose off to spite your face, I'm afraid. If a motion to table delays it a week or two, I mean, we lose all the projects, because they don't get this funding from the state, game over. And I don't know what the deadlines are, so.
Right, if they don't get their application in time, it could be
So
detrimental.
what are we doing here?
So the deadline is the 28th of February for the applicants to get their materials into the state, to TDHCA. So, as an example, San Antonio is going to approve or consider approval of their resolutions on Thursday. So if we did ours on Tuesday, that's just 4-day difference. So,
Well, but I mean, are they,
what's that?
but you need
So I
two
think,
readings?
so in summary, I think if we approve them next week, they would have enough time, but I'm seeing some developers shake their heads, so if we approve it next Tuesday, there should still be plenty of time for them to get their applications finalized into the state. At least one developer said that, Mr. Fournier, I'm not sure, and they seem to be in agreement that if we consider this next Tuesday, that'll be enough time for them to get their applications in.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't mind you tabling the decision, but I think I'd hate to have a motion to table and cut off discussion because, I mean, there's not enough time to have 9 individual meetings if everybody's got questions about these things. We need to get the questions we've got, or maybe you can just make a list and then you can come back with a week with a memo answering our questions. But, I mean, I've got several questions on these, and between now and then, you or staff don't have time for 9 individual meetings with all this sort of stuff. So if you got some other questions, that's just, I mean, I don't know, who do we list off here? Mr. Garza, or who had the last question?
It's a motion to table according to our policies is like a motion to postpone, so it allows for discussion if you still want to discuss. So we can, even with that on
All right, who's
out there, we can
Mr.
discuss
Garza
it.
was talking last, I guess. You were.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back at the top of the list. Okay, Mr. Garza.
Mayor, I've got some comments to make, but I'd really like to listen to your questions first, to be honest with you. If somebody's got some questions, I don't have questions.
Okay.
I've got some comments to make about where I think some of these investments need to go in terms of benefiting our city the most.
Okay.
And so I think that, I prefer to listen to all the questions, listen to the answers to those questions going forward. Okay.
Well, 2 or 3 questions. Well, I mean, we've got others lit up there, so I'll wait till, Mr. Roy, you got some questions or comments?
I don't really have a question at this point, but I will make a comment. You know, we've looked at that we changed the policy here, or we changed the way we do things, it appears. And I've heard today from several of the developers that said that the state actually has a process in place where they weigh all the things that we were talking about, we have concerns about, you know, how close what's your proximity to a gas station? What's your proximity to a grocery store, whatever the case is. As the one developer said, that's part of the reason why they chose their location is because they understand that point system. And it goes back to kind of what some of the council members were saying is that in the past, we've either just, if we knew that particular deal was just all the way around, we weren't going to approve it, then we didn't approve it. If we did approve it, we didn't sit there and say, okay, well, this is going to be the best level of approval and this is going to be the second best level. We just approved it at the highest level. So in this case, I understand we're going to postpone that. I would almost like council to consider at this point not to postpone it. Go ahead, go back and revert to how we voted before. In this particular case, we've had people that have come out of town and have joined us here, and I understand we have the right to table. But they've got business decisions that they're trying to make, people that they're trying to work with in terms of moving things forward. So first and foremost, I would like to consider, and I don't know if any other council members would give some input on that, if that in this particular case we could proceed with a vote. What's that? What's that? Basically going back and giving the 3, going back to our old method.
I'm fine with that.
Well,
Sometimes things aren't easy. That's why we get paid the big bucks.
Take a break and come back in 30 minutes. All right, Mr. Rah, rah, rah. So we will when we get to it. Hang around. Yeah.
That was my recommendation. if any
Rescind my
other-
motion.
Okay, Mr. Molina?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zanoni, is this, if we motion to table, is it required 2 readings?
No, this is just a motion, so just take 1 reading.
Okay, and then my other question is for the Washington Coles developer. How does the Harbor Bridge realignment affect your development?
it does not affect it negatively, it affects it positively. Because what we have planned is that where that harbor bridge is going to touch down in that area, it gives our residents and also future residents and tourists an opportunity to come in to the newly revitalized Washington Coast area. We have presented as well that in our plan that we will have an artscape for that bridge. So when it drops down and the tourists are coming into the downtown area and they see the development, they will see the artscape, and that artscape will go to preserve some of the history of Washington Coast as well as Corpus Christi as a whole. And then I wanted to also comment on the point system. The point system with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, that's a state scoring. So what we have and what we presented now are what we call self-scoring. We've self-scored ourselves, our own projects. That's not going to be what the score is going to be once it gets into the hands. Our official application is there. We have our pre-application that's there, and it's a long process. You can't learn this overnight or what have you about the scoring, but it plays a different. It's going to be different than what we even have scored it. Scoring based on a gas station, I don't know if that's on the list, but there are a number of factors. The Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, once they got the retraction letter, they have called our group and submitted us letters. They want to know what happened. They want to know why this has happened, because it just seemed a little strange. And so our group is from Austin, and you made mention of the East Side development in Austin. Some of our group that we have of our group of consultants helped with that Mueller project that is so thriving there in Austin. And that was one of the main ideas that we had when we met with all of our the leaders here in the city with your planning departments, was that we wanted to see that type of development in that downtown area. And that's what we are bringing to Corpus Christi and the Washington Coast area.
Thank you. And Mayor, lastly, of course, the McArdle project is in District 2 in my district, and so I'm supportive of that because not only of the fact that it is in District 2, but that piece of property is odd shape, and I'm not sure that there's much more that that property can be used for because of the shape, and I think it'd be a good opportunity to infill that vacant piece and take advantage of the area. So that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Kind of a philosophical thing. We've got folks from Houston here. We've got folks from Austin here. We've got folks from San Antonio here, and they're getting consultants from all these other places. We've got tens of millions of dollars going into this town. I would love to see a little bit of local money going into this. Why can't we kind of homegrown some of our stuff with it? So we do have plenty of office space located in this town on there. And if you have 1,200 units or you're just new in there, that I think Mr. Clowers back there, he could work a deal out with some good office space. Then, our history was a little bit clouded. I think we established that in 2017 we did look at it project by project, and the years before that. 2018 and 2019 we blanket approved. I guess the efficiency guy in me, if we want to go to blanket approvals, why are we wasting our time? Why are we wasting the staff time? Just create a policy, whoever comes with anything, whatever, wherever on there, we just blanket approval. So why are we spending our time here if any project in any place is equally good? Let's just let Austin decide. Thank you.
Motion for blanket approval.
Second.
we got a, I don't know, I'm assuming it's serious. I got a motion and a second, so we'll get to that in just a minute. But let me ask a couple of questions. What's intriguing to me, and I don't know whether it can play a role or not, because it's not single-family ownership, but it could be a hybrid of trying to meet a need. And I don't know the, tape measure distance, but the Washington Coles project is relatively close, but it's not within the boundaries of the Hillcrest area. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
All right, and you have some folks in the Hillcrest area that really don't want to leave that neck of the woods.
That's correct.
But the challenge they have is, and I don't know any of the numbers, but they've got to be compensated for relocation to somewhere else if they wanted to do that. But they really do like their neighborhood. And
Right.
They just rather not go, and many of them have been there all their lives. And this, I'm just asking a possibility, and it may be thinking outside the box, or maybe you just want to throw the whole box away when I suggest it. But would there possibly be an opportunity under the Washington Coles project that if this project came to fruition, that it would be kind of a stimulus to encourage those that are still holding on to their homeland there in the Hillcrest area, while it wouldn't be home ownership, instead of taking the funds that would be provided to them to buy a new home or new piece of property, this would create a whole new organization, I'm sure. Set up a trust fund or something that would be administered that they would, because the funds are there for their future housing, is that those funds would be set up by a bank or a trust fund or something, and they would move into these apartments, so they would, one, be living in the neighborhood, and that money would be solely for their living purposes, or a portion of it would go to pay their rent, so that that they would not, just all of a sudden the money be spent and they wouldn't have any place to go. But I mean, is that a possibility? Of course, it can't be determined in a week, but I mean, that sounds like something that might be a possibility
Miles is gonna.
with some creativity, not necessarily us, but I mean, if just the private sector could come up with that.
Yeah, the buyout program that the port had in place has been, the application period is closed.
Right.
So we would, I don't know, we would have to re-examine their funding and the whole application. They'd have to do another application round. I don't know if it's possible, but.
Keep in mind, the city is not doing the buyout program.
No, I
That's
understand.
the port's project.
I understand, but I'm
And
saying
the
there's.
relocation funds are determined strictly in accordance with federal law, the relocation amounts.
So
So we're not involved in the calculation of those relocation amounts. However, having another for a renter, having a rental property available at a lower cost would probably reduce the necessary relocation funds that would need to be applied to them.
Okay, well, just an idea. And then the other question, and then we'll get to this, whatever your blanket thing is. On the fish pond, in the letter, it says, one of the things is that the staff, one of your reasons for changing the rules, that you really wanted the area to be more touristy and not apartments. But the zoning today, if I went down and bought the property and I was gonna pay for it myself, I could build apartments in the existing zoning. And that doesn't have anything to do with touristy. So that to me is a straw horse. That we don't wanna give a resolution in support because we want it to be more touristy, because the zoning today qualifies. Now, the zoning, it's self-imposed, deed restriction, it's self-imposed by Mr. Rowley. You can't put a hotel there. Why? Because he didn't want competition. Just like H-E-B. H-E-B sells an old store, they make a deed restriction like that science and technology out there. We'll sell you the property, but you can't put a grocery store here. Which is smart. you don't want to build your competition right there across the street from you. So you're gonna have that deed on there as long as Mr. Rowling owns the property. So if he found somebody that wanted to put in apartments, he could. I mean, it's been there for 20 years. We're trying to get people to move to the downtown area. And I think I read somewhere in here that there's about, 50 acres of land in that same area, relatively close, that if you wanted to get all touristy, you could. But I mean, you'd at least take a piece of property that you've got that's only used for temporary parking, I guess, at some points during conventions and exhibits. So I mean, I don't understand why the staff would say, we really don't want apartments, we just want touristy stuff, when it's already zoned for apartments. Am I wrong? Is the zoning, apartments are qualified in the zoning, or do I not understand the new zoning?
Right, the zoning does allow for multifamily,
So you go down there and knock yourself out building apartments?
correct?
That doesn't, I mean, would you have to hang a pineapple on the door to make it touristy, or how does that qualify for the touristy requirement?
That's just something we put in the agenda memo.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, and this is something we have to deal with, I mean, that's not being negative. The fact of the matter is, Bob Rowling pretty much owns all the property down there. And if you want something done, you're gonna have to deal with him. In the last 20 years, nobody's been willing to deal with him to get something done down there, and so that's what we've got. So if we want to see a change down there, we're gonna have to kind of play by his rules to some extent. So we know we're not gonna get another hotel in that area unless it's his. And if the money was there, he'd be the one to build it, because he's already got his land costs covered, so he has no cost. So this idea of coming up with a multi-million-dollar, multi-story convention hotel, if the money was there, Mr. Rowlings would be down there. So we've got to come up with something else that would be complementary but not in competition. I mean, these are just some things to think about if we're wanting to do something. I mean, for 20 years, we've been sitting there saying, I wish Bob would do something. He's finally done something. He's found a buyer to put an apartment in Blair, and then we come back and say, no, we want something touristy. Well, I'm not willing to wait another 20 years to do something touristy down there. Because touristy means, I don't know what it means, but it doesn't mean apartments, evidently. So, I mean, and I don't know, I think it was Mr. Hernandez that said not, it appears, and maybe it's just an observation, but I mean, if you got, 3 applicants and a support is worth 2 points, and let's say everybody's got, and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but say they all got 30 points right now, and we got 3 going up there to get the money, and 2 of them go up there with their bucket empty, and one guy goes with the bucket with 1 point, then all of a sudden, he's the winner. And if our goal is to get affordable housing or workforce housing, then why do we care where it is if we've got people to move into and live in it? Let the state make that decision. And you don't have to have a grocery store to generate a development. The island's done pretty well, and they hadn't got a grocery store.
It's coming.
They're coming, but they've been hollering for a grocery store for 35 years. I haven't seen anybody on the island starve to death because they didn't have a grocery store. And we got an RTA bus, runs all over the streets. We got 2 farmer members on the RTA. They tell you they can get you to any grocery store in town. So, I don't know what the answer is, but it just, changing the rules after it starts is one thing, and then this touristy business is something that I don't understand. I am interested, and I think our goals was we wanted to really try to address some affordable housing. So, you got a motion, somebody got a motion on the floor, who's got something else they want to say?
No, it did. It was seconded by Gil.
You made a motion to
For blanket approval.
give a blanket
Blanket
support
approval
of all
housing
three or
projects.
not? No, what was the motion?
Well, I heard motion for blanket approval of all housing projects, or affordable housing projects.
And is that what the motion was?
So that's motion of support. Point of information, it's motion of support.
Well, I think we were talking about just doing a blanket. Well, Mr. Hunter, can you? Okay, so specific to these items, not policy.
Right, it would be.
Just specific to these
On
items.
on
Okay.
these three.
Okay.
It would be all of them get a resolution of support, is what the motion is. All three housing applicants would get a resolution of support. That's what Councilman Hunter's recommendation is. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought my
Well,
microphone was on, yes.
No, that's okay. Well, could we, I hate to belabor the point, but that 16 and 17 are listed as resolutions of no objection. May I suggest that we amend those two to make them resolutions of support and then vote on it that way, just so we have a formal amendment?
Okay, so just for speed's sake, I make a motion to amend item number 16. Is it 16?
16 and 17 are
16 and
both listed
17
as, yeah,
to be motions, resolutions of support for
correct.
both.
Right,
Second.
All right, that's the motion to amend.
correct.
All right, all in favor of the motion to amend, say aye.
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 Okay, but I
Oh,
don't
wait.
know.
Well, all those in favor of the motion to amend, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Say no.
No.
Two no's. Smith
But
and
two, or was
Barretta.
there three?
I heard two. Is there a third?
Two? Okay, so the ayes have it. So the
Yes.
motion has been amended.
Right, the resolution,
Re-
those two
so
resolutions. have been-
all three then would get a resolution of support.
Correct.
All right, now, does someone want to make a motion on that passage?
Michael.
Well, you got to
Make that
to
motion.
approve the motion as
I make that
amended.
motion.
For blanket,
Amended
Second.
motion.
All right, there's a motion
Got a
to
motion and a
approve
second.
the motion as amended. And is there a second?
Yes.
Yes,
All right, now,
Mr. Hernandez made
does
it.
anybody on the council have any other further discussion they'd like to have? All right, I'll open it up to the public. Any comment on the motion that is on the floor that says to pass a resolution in support of all three of the projects to send them off to Austin? All right, yes, ma'am, come ahead. And anyone else, if you want to, just kind of move up here to the seat so we'll kind of get an idea who all wants to do this.
Gloria Scott, 4422 South Alameda. I am making the public comment at this point simply because there has not been any opportunity. I would say that if you're going to deal with this motion, Councilwoman earlier was trying to make a suggestion or amendment to have a work session when you all started talking about, well, 1 week, 2 weeks is too long, 1 week. But it seems to me that's what you need to get the correct information, to get the definitions simultaneously, not in sections, or with A, Fish Pond, B, Ricardo, C, Hillcrest, Coles, Washington, but collectively. And that is my comment on it.
Okay, thank you. And yes, ma'am.
I concur, because I think this is such a serious decision that has to be made by the council that I believe that everybody needs to come together and understand the process instead of just doing a blanket motion and not, you can do what you want, but I am a single mom and I understand workforce or affordable housing and the needs of the community. And that's why it is such a heartthrob of mine to see Washington Coles come up to standard. If you do a blanket and you don't really understand the point system or the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, I kind of think in my heart that you would be doing an injustice to all of our projects, but just to understand it. And we have time. We have February 28th is our deadline to submit our packages to the state. And if we want it, we will do what it takes to get it there and to make sure that every I is dotted and every T is crossed. But not just to take it and say, okay, we'll just do it for time's sake. Take your time. We'll come back. We'll come back. We've planned to do a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 3 in Washington, Coles, Hillcrest area, whatever it takes. And we want to work with you all. We want to work with you to see the plan that you have put so much money into. We want to see that plan come to fruition in Corpus Christi. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Just quick comments. I seen how the process came out, and the blanket would basically it's going to be going up to going up to the housing people up in Austin, and they will make the decision. As far as for public, I guess, transparency, I was a president of the T110 board. However, when I got the call this past week regarding this particular project, which I've told you guys that had been working in Hillcrest, Washington Coast for 18 months. This was one of the projects that was in that particular program when we told the city manager that we wanted Hillcrest to come back to the downtown district. This is part of the planning process that we have been talking about. Housing is, and I don't care where I am, but I'm talking about if they're trying to get some housing over in the Washington Coast area, I'm for that particular project, even though I stand on and sit on the board of T110. They say that may be a conflict of interest. If it is, then, hey, I'm for taking myself away from that conflict and putting houses over in the Hillcrest, Washington Coast area. That's how dedicated I am to having this city live up to its code. As far as the historic area that is over there, you guys, the city in its decay, not you guys, but the city has let this place be a disbursement that has dispersed all of its history, all of the stuff that's in Washington Coast. It has gone. If you've seen the houses, it's a hat with Port of Corpus Christi and the TxDOT. What they've done is bought those houses over in that area, and it's, as the man said earlier, there's water, there's streets that have been torn up because of the things that are going down on those streets. And you guys have an opportunity to make a positive impact and say whenever you want to put affordable housing or workforce houses into an area that has been blighted, I suggest that you continue to do that. Thank you.
Anyone
Sir,
else have
can
any
you
comment?
state your name and address for the record, Mr. Taylor? Sorry. Yeah.
My name is Lamont Cranston Taylor, and I live at 522 Hancock Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Come on, Reverend.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Claude Axel. I reside at 741 Crestview Drive in the city, 78412. Having lived at 1927 Xavier Court in the 50s, I think it's early as 49, having gone to Booker T. Washington for 6 years, Solomon Melvin Coles for 2 years, Northside Junior High School for 1 year. All of that is gone now. Churches, businesses, we had our own stores. We had our own businesses. We had our own, you call them Uber drivers, but we had taxi cab drivers back in those days. And it is so bad having worked at Roy Miller High School, and then when you see Roy Miller High School with a student body population, including seniors, roughly 1,000 kids, roughly. But they make it up by getting some middle school kids to make the numbers up. And when I see Miller High School participating against a school such as Veterans and all of the other schools, which the population is twice as much, and then Miller's expected to compete at that level. And again, as I said, when you go in that neighborhood and there is absolutely nothing there, go by there at night. It looks like a ghost town. I'm glad that the lady, I don't know that lady, but she talked about her father being having been a pastor here in this area. I'm glad that there are people like Gloria Scott and this lady who just spoke to you. I always say this, you have to have lived in it to understand. I can't show my kids anything about that area. Hillcrest is dead. All of the areas are dead. I'll conclude, but I just want to say to you that I'm really hoping and praying that you will do everything you can to see that that particular area of town is revitalized. I pastored Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. I used to be able to go right there in the community and get people to come to church. Nobody's there now. Thank you so much. I just wanted to share that. Do what you need to do and do the right thing. You don't live, or you have not lived there. You don't know.
Thank you, sir. If somebody else was wanting to come up, that's see. Okay. All right, there's a motion then on the floor to adopt a motion that gives all a resolution of support to items 15, 16, and 17. Is that correct?
Yes, motion to approve them as amended.
All right, one final comment. Go ahead.
It's my understanding, based on all the testimony that we've heard or comments that we've heard, that if we give a blanket approval, then what that does is that leans the point system over to the fish pond development, which, if that's what the council wants to do, then okay. But not by giving a blanket recommendation, we are providing, we are, by giving a blanket letter of support, then that means that that means we're in favor of the fish pond development. Because that's the way it's gonna end up. You know, and so.
Well, from what I understand, the lady
I'm
said
just-
that
I'm
when
just-
you get to Austin, the point systems, these are their self-rated points, and the state rates them maybe a whole different rating, I don't know. Is that right, Rudy? The points that these folks are purporting in their thing, that there's, you know, that he's saying that, I guess, the fish pond has, just for purposes, since there's three, has 3 points and the others have 1 or 2, those are self-evaluating points. And when it gets to Austin, they start off at 0, and it's up to Austin to make the decision, right?
Right, what they do is they self-score themselves, so it's the burden of the state to make sure that all the points add up to what they're saying. So a developer may say that they're the highest, but that's by the self-score.
But by not making a decision, we're making a decision. I just want that to be clear. I mean, I already have mine made up, so in essence, that's why the state gives us this opportunity, so that way, if we should choose one either in the Coles area or one that, as Mr. Piet put it, would provide resources to those individuals immediately. So, in essence, by not making a decision, we're making a decision. And what that does is that, and no disrespect to Mr. Fournier, I'm just making that by us trying to say, give a resolution of support to everybody, then in essence, we are being biased. So,
No, I take exception to the term biased.
well, I mean, I'm sorry, it's just poor use of words, so it's just, we are offering them that deal, and so that gives us the opportunity to make a decision, in essence, of where we want the property, and so we're giving that away. So, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I just want to go on the record, if I understand, talking to all of the developers, and if a developer could correct me, you have the ability to self-score. So you're looking at your scores and judging and at the best of your ability to score your project. At the end of the day, the state makes the decision. Is that correct?
The developers are so good when they self-score, they're scored it the way it's going to score. We've already looked at their apps. We know how they're going to score. They're going to score exactly the way they said. Fish Pond and Washington Coles will tie. We will be behind them, and that's what will happen with this vote.
What were you deficient in?
Because they're downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Simply because they're downtown. Ray Lucas, San Antonio. I might move here, though.
Good fishing here, Ray.
If I may say this, and I have to go because I got to fly back. There's only one other flight left for me. But what happens, Councilman Roy, is that the reason why Fish Pond and Washington Coles ties is, yes, because we're in the downtown area, but if you blanket it, what happens, the reason why it leans favorable to Fish Pond is because the last affordable housing development, they will see which one of our projects was closer. We would be closer. What that means with the state is that, oh, okay, well, because Washington Coles is closer to the last development, they lose, and we're going to give it to the one that's further away. But if you all would just take the time to meet and just meet.
Yeah, we're going to meet.
I know, and
we're going to meet either way.
Workshop.
We've got to do that.
Sure,
But
sure.
we're just trying to get through today.
Sure.
And I just want to let you know, this is no,
quick.
Basically trying to come to a decision here today is no, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have any reflection in terms of on your development and everything and our understanding. We know in the future we have to get up to speed on this.
Sure.
Because
sure.
really, if what you're saying is true, and I don't want to sit here and debate this anymore, but then if your two projects scored higher because you were downtown and their project was less and we gave them the highest grade and you to the lesser grade, would the point system then make you all equal?
No. And then also, I want you to remember to take into consideration, we have a waiver that we submitted to be able to build within that 2-mile radius of a refinery. And now we have a retraction. And in all fairness, I don't see how that's fair because that it stands. And we are, I don't know, I have to get back to my group and see what TDH, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs has said about this whole thing, because if that waiver stands, what's going to happen is that means that no one will be able to build in that area. And with that, I don't want to disrespect any of you. You all have been so generous and so kind, but I got to get on the airplane and I got to go. So thank you so much. I really appreciate everything that each of you all have done. And thank you,
All right. Well,
Mayor
thank you very
McComb.
much. We appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome.
So the motion is that we give them all a resolution of support.
Right.
We can vote it up or down, is that right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, all in favor then of the resolution, the motion to
15
give
through
a,
17.
excuse me?
15 through 17, right?
15, 16, and 17, for a motion, a resolution of support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay. So Smith and Barretta, no.
Okay. Now, there's no two readings on this? Okay,
Only one reading on that one.
all right.
All right.
Okay, we've passed the recess for lunch. All right, the next items will be a zoning case on item 18. Marteza Shafanuri, am I close? And Abdalrahim Amanzada.
I'm in Zada, yes.
Am I close?
You're close.
All right, District 5, item number 18.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone a property located at 7121 Saratoga Boulevard from RM1 Multifamily 1 District and CG2 General Commercial District to IL Light Commercial District. The purpose is to construct a showroom of warehouses. The applicant is Safaniri and Amenzada, represented by Miguel Saldana. The property is located along the south side of Saratoga Boulevard, east of Airline Road and west of Rodfield Road. The property fronts upon Saratoga Boulevard, which is designated as an A3 primary arterial. To the north, across Saratoga Boulevard, is a small retail shopping center zone, general commercial district. To the south and east are vacant properties and a church zone, general commercial district, RM district, multifamily. To the west is a vacant property and a bank zone, light industrial district, and general commercial district. The property is 3.75 acres and it is platted. The subject property currently consists of vacant land and has remained undeveloped since 1995. The proposed rezoning to IL Light Industrial is inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and the proposed use of showroom warehouses are incompatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area. Light industrial districts allow uses such as heavy vehicle repair or warehousing or waste-related services or open storage, etc. So staff and the Planning Commission has recommended denial of the light industrial district in lieu of, therefore, approval of GC2 with a SP, which is general commercial with a special permit. The applicant is in agreement with the special permit language. I stand by for questions.
All right, council have any questions on the item 18? All right, we'll open it up for a public hearing. Anyone from the public have any comments on item 18? And you say the applicant is in agreement?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Miguel Saldana, 4553 Moon Lake Ridge, 78413. We discussed this with the staff and came up to an agreement with the special permit. The developer wants to put up some like incubator type development, which would have some warehousing, showrooms kind of thing. The problem with the CG2 was that it would allow some warehousing, but it would be limited to 50% of what the office is. So we agreed that we would have 5,000, no more than 5,000 square feet of warehousing in the area, no outside storage. That would be excessive than what it normally does for regular retail establishments. So I respectfully request that that the city council follow the planning commission staff's recommendation, deny the IL and approve the CG2, which is at the very tip of the lot that's currently zoned RM, with a special permit for the warehousing, and so, as you see, subject to time limitations and no outdoor storage or any of that.
All right.
Here for any questions, if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Seeing no public comment.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, the public hearing's closed. We got a motion and a second to approve item 18. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, item number 19 is a zoning case, Zeba, rezoning property near Moody Drive. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. Tickets go on sale at 5 o'clock. No, let's see. Staff recommends in lieu of approval of RSTF two-family district. Tell us about this.
And since you've already cut to the chase, what happens is this is a property of where a park was sold. When parks are sold, I guess the reason why we offered it up, I guess, is we assumed that whoever bought it would do single-family development. Well, obviously, in this case, that's not. He wanted to do multifamily, which is why we recommended the RSTF. What the applicant is proposing is to do multifamily within an existing established neighborhood, right? And it's our job to protect them. So protect that neighborhood. It's not, of course, on an arterial. He's got to go through local residential streets. You know the problem that could cause. So by going to RSTF, we take the density down to approximately 12 units per acre, as opposed to with a multifamily, it's 22 units per acre. So this is our recommendation. We talked to the applicant. He wanted to run this up to flagpole, his request for RM1, but he said if he had to, he would accept the RSTF. And with that, we stand by for any questions.
Aren't any questions from anybody on the council?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess my concern is, if you had indicated, is that, like I was telling you earlier today, I lived in that neighborhood. I grew up in that neighborhood, and I used to ride my bike up and down that street. Had a friend that lived on Fountain, and you know, there's always a lot of cars there, and I'm just concerned that, and obviously with the congestion of the school, that the additional traffic, and you know, if the applicant is willing, I know you know, I hate to be obstructive, but I just think that it's the RM1 would be very difficult because of the additional amount of traffic, because it's not a collector, it's just a residential street.
It's not designed for that, right?
And the other thing that worries me is, I know we went on this kick where we were selling parks, and to me, I'm supportive of parks, but it's more of a management problem than a park problem. And now we put ourselves in this situation, and so what happens now when we have somebody else that buys a park and they see a greater opportunity to they do that, and that's one thing, particularly in this area, that I know we sold several of them, and so I'm going to follow the staff recommendation.
Well, the staff recommendation denial in lieu thereof special permit, right?
No, in lieu of RSTF.
So he says he's gonna support the staff recommendation. So you got a park there you want to put houses in. Just a matter of density is what you're saying between the two?
That's exactly right.
So what's the zoning for all the other houses in there?
It's in RS6.
I mean, you
It's,
can put
this is
12.
being put in an RS6 neighborhood, actually. And we compromised, we tried to reach a compromise with the applicant and went to RSTF, which is two-family or duplexes, and that's about half of the density that he was proposing with multifamily. So it helps with the streets, because those are local residential streets, they're not collectors, so
So that's what you're supporting?
that's what he's saying, and it helps just
Oh,
with the
okay.
general traffic. You'll still have traffic that flows through a neighborhood, and really apartments it shouldn't be located like that. But in this case, a park, which is in the center of a neighborhood, sort of, you ingress and egress through neighborhood streets, and we just don't want to impact this neighborhood negatively, and that's why we made the recommendation.
Okay. And the applicant's okay with that?
No, but he will accept it because he wants to develop, so if it's not multifamily, he'll accept RSTF.
Okay. Is that a motion you're making?
I'd rather I wouldn't mind if Mr. Matagi went ahead and made a statement to the rest of the group, and so, but that's, so I'd rather make my motion after he speaks. I'd like to give him his due.
Come ahead. Oh, we have the
So are you
public
opening
hearing?
the public hearing?
We're opening the public hearing now. Come ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Momo Taki, 2921 Ocean Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78404. Thank you for your time. One of the things that I wanted to bring up about this, the difference between these apartments that we're proposing is going to be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, all ADA compliances. As Mr. Barrera mentioned, he lived there. There's a lot of people in that area right now that they're aging. And what I wanted to do, I wanted to get them to a place that they don't have to keep up with the maintenance of the facility that they're living in right now, the houses, and they could live in a place that is all ADA compliances, and they'd be able to still live in their community, and but they don't have to be worried about day-to-day maintenance. The difference between what the staff is recommending and what I am recommending, when it comes to the traffic, it is not making any difference at all. The only thing it is, by what the staff is recommending, is going to cost me about another $40,000 to replat all this property into a townhome. So, I brought the blueprint with me that I'd like for you to see. This is a really neat project. It's 20 apartments, all 1 story, and it's designed to keep the people that they are in that area, that they wanted to sell their home and move into an apartment that is, they don't have to, deal with day-to-day, maintenance. So, I really like for you all to approve this, because I think this is a great project, and I think when it comes to the difference between a multifamily and a townhome, when it comes to traffic, it doesn't really make any difference. It's gonna cost me more money to go for replatting.
So, you don't agree with the RSTF 2-family district, or you do?
Mayor, no, I don't agree with it, but at the end of the day, I have no choice, because I want to develop this park. But I really think it's just gonna add more cost that is not necessary. And I don't think it's gonna, because you gotta look at it, the people that we are attracting, 60% of them, they don't have a car to travel.
So what do you, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Did your plan fall within the RSTF, or does your plans fall for something else?
He wants the RM, I'm sorry, he wants the, very nice to meet you, by the
Sure.
way. He wants the RM1, but here's the thing I want to make you aware of. The rezoning you're approving, or what's up for approval, is the use, not this owner, but it's the use. So if he does develop, that's great, and it says for senior apartments, but if he sells or he doesn't develop, we're stuck with that RM, and that RM will impact that neighborhood negatively, and that's really what we're trying to protect. By the way, which I think is interesting, and I shared it with the councilman earlier, we sent out mailers to 28 property owners around this proposed development, and we got 0 return in favor and 0 in opposition. And my comment to the councilman was, well, even if we got no one that says, hey, I oppose to this, it's an apartment complex in my backyard, we still have an obligation to protect the citizens anyway, right? We know to do the things that we need to do that is right, no offense, just saying.
Sure.
Because this kind owner he could go away or whatever, and all you're doing today is approving the use. So if you approve RM1, it'll be RM1 no matter what he says. It's RM1, 22 units per acre. That is the maximum that they can put here. So it's really, a fine line in terms of managing how we allow our city to develop. So I'm saying that's great that you're sharing that with him, but if this gentleman leaves and now he's got an RM1, it could still be detrimental to the existing residents that's in the area.
You could put a deed restriction.
Okay. But what's before us today is RSTF.
That's and like he said, that's what staff has said, hey, instead of doing what you propose, which is this multifamily, we propose an RSTF, which is the duplex, right? Which he has said, I'll do it. I don't want to because I want to develop. I really want my RM1, and that's why we ran it up to Flagpole.
Yeah.
And a duplex, you're gonna have a 2-story. This is all single story. It's complement the neighborhood.
All right.
And
Well, we'll entertain, does anybody have a motion to support the staff? Mr. Garza, you got anything else?
You gonna close the public hearing, Mayor? I guess there's
Does
no other
anybody else have
public-
any comment?
Any motion yet?
Yes, sir.
Public hearing.
Mr. Skabarczyk from the city of Flower Bluff. Come on down.
James Krabarczyk, 714 Oriole, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi. A few years ago, I was on the planning commission, and we worked on several other types of projects called clusters, and they had different names for them. Cottages. And I think the attempt back then was to get the ability to build higher density for single, older people to retire to. And, I think, I haven't heard anybody talk about that, but would this project be able to fit on that if he's not able to build what he wants to? In other words, could we put a cluster or cottage project on the same size land and get more density? That was just my comment. Thank you.
And I'm not, Rudy, you're more familiar with zoning than anybody. Would that work on this zoning or no?
It has to be put together like a PUD, but
Does this say so many units per acre, or how do you determine that?
Well, that's what our code allows. It allows 22 acres for multifamily, which is what he's proposing, or 12 acres roughly for RSTF, which is 2-family. That almost cuts the density in half. So there's no way he could exceed that. We're kind of, that's our olive branch to the neighborhood, that we understand, we care, we're still allowing development, but we took their existence into consideration.
Okay, but this, well, in terms of, you've only got, there's really only one street, and that's where Moody and Fontaine, it's come in on Moody, or you go out Fontaine and then out Bayou, I guess you just.
Well, they can come down Moody, but eventually they'll touch every street in this because of traffic issues. And these are kind of small houses with 1-car garages, so where do the cars park? They park on the street. So now we'll have more cars, and they're not going to use Moody, although that would be the ingress-egress point. They'll go Fontaine or any other place to get out or get in.
All right, so.
Yeah, see, that's the challenge. I mean, that street's not real big to begin with, and there are typically a lot of cars parked in the way, and then I'm just a little bit concerned of the school and the safety and, you know, and like I said, I hate to be an obstructionist. It really pains me when a developer is willing to invest money in here and I'm giving them a hard time. I don't like being that guy. It's just, like I said, I grew up in that neighborhood. There's always a lot of cars on the street. They're one-car garages. They're typically about 1,000 square feet at those homes. So it's somewhat of an inner city neighborhood. So I just have a little concern about all the traffic, and I know I wasn't so concerned on Saratoga, you know, for the other school, but it's just that this is a small residential street where a lot of kids ride their bikes, the ones that are still there. Anyway, that's my for that. And unless you have you're gonna get some more questions, I move to support staff recommendation to the RSTF.
Yeah, can you close the public hearing also, Mayor? Can you close the public hearing also? Thank you.
We're closed.
Okay, we're closed? Okay. And then Mr. Barretta had his motion.
All right, there's
supporting
a
staff's
motion
recommendation.
to support the RSTF. Two-family district, right?
You have
Is there a second?
questions?
Is there a second? All right, there's a second. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Smith, you seconded? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I had a question on, you did a special permit on the last one in terms of order, so he wouldn't have to change his plat. Is there a way to do a special permit to account for what his project is looking at, so you don't assign it to an RM1? Is that RM1?
Well, multifamily, well, we can look at that. It's a good question, and we can look at that. And we just didn't.
Because, I mean, he's talking about single story, and outside of creating a PUD, which I think would be a long process, right? I mean, is there a process, can you do a special permit to address his concerns? If he's gonna do single story.
But this is how we address the concern. We cut the density in half. So a special permit wouldn't help him because his issue is density, I'm almost sure, right? So.
Well, he said 20 units, right?
Yep.
But your requirement per, how many, what's the size of this again?
I'm sorry, sir?
What's the size of this lot?
Oh, it's, I think it's 1.6 acres.
So 1.6 acres, how many, if it's RM, if it's
RM1, that's 20, so he could probably do 22, 32 units roughly.
32 units, so he's proposing a 20 unit? 20 units. Okay, so if you're looking at RSTF, that's 12 units per 12?
Acre, right, so he could probably do
18?
15 or 18, up to 18, yes.
18, so we're talking about a difference of 2 units. Could you take out 2 units and still have the same project?
I would love to. I don't have any.
I mean, I'm just saying with the,
Take 2 units out, you know, if that's.
is that, I mean, what I want to avoid is having him have the extra expense of replatting.
Understood.
But could he do the same thing if he took out
Get us
2
a
units and did the RSTF or have some sort of special permit for that?
I know that this is a density. We can look at it, Councilman, and come back to this body.
What, I mean, and if I'd ask if you could rescind the motion to table this, and so he can have the opportunity. I just want to make sure that we're doing the best we can, not only for the neighborhood, but also for the,
I'd be open to that. I'd be open to that.
Okay, so you wouldn't mind, so now I'll make a motion. I'll
Are you
make a
gonna
motion to
withdraw
table
it?
to have them look at the options of what that could be.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, but let me just make sure I understand. On this hatched area, they could go in there and put 22 houses? No?
Where are
I
you, sir?
can't-
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, he could put,
12 per acre or something you said?
no, with the RM1, he could put 22 per
32.
acre, which ultimately it's 1.6 acres, so about 33
33 houses.
units. 33 units, right, dwelling units.
Okay, but he's plotting 20, so that's just a little bit over the amount for the RSTF,
All right, but if
which
you-
is
I mean,
18
my
for
concern
that
is,
area.
if you go from Trojan Drive down Moody Drive, you got 8 houses, and then next door you're wanting to put 20?
Well, I'm saying
that-
18, Mayor, so he doesn't have to replat.
These are not houses, these are apartment units, right? So that's what we're saying, right? It has the potential to overwhelm this existing community, which we're just
think
trying to
so.
control.
And then maybe you could use those 2 open spaces for parking.
I
Great
don't have
point.
any problem with that. I would reduce it to 18.
We'll go back if you're correct,
Right.
if you're accurate. We'll go back and work with the customer.
Okay.
And come back to this body.
Thank you.
So we're tabling it for them to go rework it?
Thank you.
Is that the
That's my
motion?
understanding.
Have you made, somebody make a motion?
I made a motion to table.
Mr. Hernandez did. And Mr., you Paulette seconded. That's right. Okay.
All right, the motion's to go back and work something out?
Well, I don't know if there's a
Table.
timeline, but just motion to table,
No timeline,
right?
let them deal with it.
Okay. Motion to
All
table
right,
the
there's a
zoning
motion and a
case.
second to table.
Mhm.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And for the record, Mr. Roy abstained on that vote. He recused himself.
Okay. Okay. 19. Number 20,
Thank you.
zoning case, MVR Construction Company. Planning Commission and the staff recommend approval. Can we find something controversial or not?
No.
Huh?
I know the councilman reached out to me.
All right. Is there, what about item 20? Tell us what it is.
It's a traditional rezoning without any strings attached. It's a property that's going from RS6 single family CG2 general commercial to RS6 4.5. Staff recommends, Planning Commission and staff recommends approval.
Saratoga?
All right, well, anybody have any comments on this, Mr. Hernandez? You want to make some comment on item 20? Staff recommends it.
I don't, oh, I'm sorry. That was from the last one. My mistake.
Ms. Smith?
Well, first, I wonder if we have anybody, the landowner, the developer, as we go into. Nobody? Jeff, you want to come up? It's an urban design, but, yeah. I've got one comment on there that on the area development plan, which is going to be the 95 area development plan. This calls for low density, and this is medium density, but it was zoned R6. So the area development plan, when it was done in 95, it was R6 before that. So a little bit of a conflict. But the bigger issue is we have a flooding problem on Glen Oak. And this is in the Glen Oak watershed. Jeff's aware about that. But I did talk to the developer, and he said it'll all drain out to the bay with it, and that's a logical thing, and not put any more load on that shed. But it goes back to the last discussion, where we don't have confirmation of that. That once it's done, it's done. Now, it makes all the sense in the world, and I'm okay with that, but I think it's important that we look at that whole Glen Oak drainage as what's going on here. And then the last thing, this goes to what Mr. Barrera brought up in our last discussion. If you look in the presentation, this is kind of, your 20th century subdivision, cram them in there, no provision for parks with it. And that follows with our code on there, but this is, we'll have 500 or 600 people there. It's designed for kids, and I hope moving forward that we see a change. We're more accommodating to these kind of neighborhood type subdivisions with it. But this fully goes with where we are right now on it. So drainage on there, but no other comments. I'll make a motion to approve.
It's a
All right,
public
there's a motion
hearing.
and a
We
second.
haven't
We'll-
opened the public hearing.
We'll open the public hearing on item number 20.
Mr. Flower Bluff Corporation,
Matt?
Texas.
Yeah.
James Kabarchik, 714 Oriole, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi. The last big rain we had, Glen Oak flooded some brand new houses, a number of them. I went out there to figure out what was going on, and the downside, going down to the bay from Flower Bluff Drive, there's a big, real nice ditch with a pipe in the bottom, with relief out the top, for the excess flow to go down to the bay. Well, what I observed, in my opinion, is that most of the property owners have built their own culverts on top of that inside that ditch that is holding the water back. Don't know who allowed that, don't know why they allowed that. If that got corrected, would we still have a flooding problem on Glen Oak? I don't think so. Thank you.
Well, that being the case, then I mean, I really don't, I'm hesitant to prove anything until they identify the drainage problem. I mean, because I don't want the liability one to come back on us. People need to be aware, if it's just a matter of drainage, cleaning the bar ditch out.
Understand, Mayor, what we're doing now in council, this is just the zoning. This is the long pole in the tent for any development. Once the zoning is in place, what you're talking about is where the rubber meets the road in terms of zoning, roads, all other infrastructure. That comes at the platting stage, not at this stage, never at this stage.
Well, but
we can talk about it, and you've made me aware of it so that when the plat does come in, we'll make sure we get with the customer and make sure that we look at the entire drainage basin. But in this case, it's just a rezone.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, but if it started out as a bar ditch and then people for additional 3 feet of parking have gone in there and put their own little culverts in there.
That's our maintenance problem,
then
which I'm sure
well,
the city
they
manager
need
will
just
look
to
at.
be told that that's got to be a bar ditch or it's going to be a problem. I don't know how you do that. but,
Understood.
I mean, are we in that business? That ought to be our business because
That's true.
when it floods, we get the calls.
Yes, it's a maintenance issue, and we've got to get our
Yeah,
staff out there.
call
and make sure there's
1-800
utilities.
Smith. So are we going to try to get the bar ditch straightened out as well as this?
Well, the bar ditch is it's a everyday work issue on our part. It's not a part of this. It shouldn't be a part of this, right?
We'll let the mayor of Flower Bluff straighten that out if he'll do that.
Mayor Coastal Bend.
Coastal Bend, there you go. All right, are you making a motion then?
Yeah, I made a motion.
And close the public hearing.
Any other comment from the public hearing? Any other public comment? Hearing none, there's a motion on the floor to approve the zoning, and there's a second on item 20. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, number 20, ordinance amending the urban transportation plan map mobility CC.
Number 21, right.
Oh, 21, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is an ordinance amending the urban transportation plan for a portion of Oso Parkway located within the London area between Weber Road and County Road 20A. This is just a look at kind of a vicinity map of the area. Got Oso Creek here, Crosstown Expressway coming out, Weber Road here, Staples here. We're going to be focused in on the area just kind of west of the creek and below Weber Road. This is a look at the current transportation plan for the area. Again, Crosstown Expressway, Weber, kind of Oso Creek. This map shows the current plan, and then along with some of the floodplain. This is the revised map to kind of get a feel for where the floodway is this kind of darker color here in the middle, and then the lighter blue here is your 100-year floodplain, and then the lighter white color is your 500-year zone. So we evaluated that and kind of looked in this area, and because of the revised floodplain maps, we felt it was necessary. We kind of been looking at this area a little bit closer. It's more of kind of cleanup of this area, really. There's probably some other areas that we need to look at also with the revised floodplain maps, but this was really just a good policy to kind of get roads out of the floodplain when possible. Sometimes you're not going to be able to do that on the island parts of Flower Bluff, but when possible, it's a good idea, sustainable, resilient road system to kind of get those roads out when possible. So these were our proposed amendments. You can see on this map, it shows kind of the roads that we would be kind of crossing out and shifting. This is the big one right now. This is Oso Parkway here, down parts of it in the floodway, which you never want to do. That would be just shifting it over here to this alignment here. It gets it out of the floodway and for the most part, the 100-year floodplain area. And again, this area right through here is extremely low. You have the floodway, and then it kind of comes in some wetlands area here. So that really kind of set where that alignment had to occur to get it out of that zone. So some of the other changes that we had, starting down here on the south of the slide, we had County Road 28, for whatever reason, just terminated, didn't ever connect into Oso Parkway, so we thought it made some sense to just bring it in there to provide better connectivity for the area. A second change just north of there, kind of had a longer segment that tied into Oso Parkway. Made some sense just to bring it in, shorten that length up, still provided the same mobility and connectivity. And another big change was we were able to eliminate this collector as part of the plan. In moving Oso Parkway west, it kind of created this duplication of kind of that same traffic movement. So we're able to kind of relieve that burden on the developers of both those tracks and only have one road versus two. This is just a clean look at what the plan would look like with those amendments. One other aspect, Oso Parkway does contain kind of, it's the hike and bike trail. On one side, we do have an 8 to 10 foot trail system. So in amending the transportation plan, we also have to amend the hike and bike trail system just to adjust that trail. That's part of Oso Parkway and that right of way. So that's why this slide is in there. It's part of the ordinances also. This slide is just kind of summarizing the current, proposed, and then amended. These are all the same maps we just showed. And then finally, it's staff, planning commission, the transportation advisory committee. We're all recommending approval of the proposed amendments, and they include that realignment of Oso Parkway to the west, deletion of that north-south collector that becomes a duplication. We're improving those alignments of those two collectors to the south there, providing a better connectivity into the Oso Parkway. So be happy to take any questions. Concludes the presentation.
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Hernandez?
There's some thoughts on it being a parkway and the size and the necessity of it being that wide and that taking that type of traffic. Mm-hmm. Is there really a need to have it to that parkway standard, or is there an ability to actually reduce that requirement?
I think internally we've had some early discussions about that Oso Parkway cross-section and kind of just reevaluating that. We haven't done that yet, but I think there is some merits to evaluate that cross-section to probably reduce the width a little bit. You know, probably some excess pavement width is currently on the detail, but as developers,
well, it's not just the width, but also the base requirement for that.
That has been a comment from the developers. Yeah, that maybe the base is a little bit thicker than some of the other streets. Our engineering group hasn't looked at it that closely to determine traffic counts and if that would be a wise move or not. But that's something.
Well,
that
I
could be
mean, if we're
considered.
looking at the northern part of Oso Parkway, the one that goes out there, what kind of traffic are we seeing there, and does it justify having that size of a road? And I thought that might have been considered in updating this transportation plan, but was there any discussion on it at all?
Not as part of this process. We do have kind of the engineering details book that we keep a lot of those specific informations about the construction of. This plan is more about the where does the road go, and then kind of the width, what type of road. But the detail of the actual construction we can still evaluate.
It's combined, the width and the type of construction. Well, I'm wondering if this is something that needs to be considered at a later date, because we're talking a lot of cost associated with building this road. If it's not going to have the kind of traffic it is, that money could be better spent somewhere else. Not only, and since we're going to, I guess since we're moving away from the trust fund, that would be on us as a city. Isn't that correct?
Well, there's portions of Oso Parkway that would be on a developer if it's within their property, and then any of that oversizing gets funded through that developer participation fund item that's in the bond.
Okay, but if we're going away from that, how does that?
Well,
we're not gone away from it yet, but going down in the future, this isn't going to be all developed at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be on the hook for this, right? At some point?
The current conversation is about the trust fund, so that's separate from the developer
Mr. Raymond,
participation fund.
He said yes. So I want to make sure that we're looking at this very carefully. Not just for the developers, but also for us. Okay, I would actually, I don't know if we can make a recommendation on that, but I would ask you to look at that specifically in terms of whether or not it needs to be that size of road, both the width and the construction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Thank you. And I don't really think this is the time, but I had the pleasure of driving on the other side of Oso Parkway yesterday with it. It isn't the best of roads, a little bit like a roller coaster on there with it, fairly potholed and things like that, and parkways are collectors. So I hope when we're doing our design standards on there, we keep that in mind. Thank you.
Sorry, Greg, I thought you were referring to the speed tables that we have.
No, it's that section between Weber and Everhart. Not pretty.
That's all right. Okay. On item 21, anyone have any public comment on item 21? That's not a public hearing, right?
Yes, it is, Mayor. It's a public hearing.
We'll open it up for public hearing. Any comment? Flower Bluff? All right. Seeing no public comment, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion for approval on item 21.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Item 21 passed. Item 22.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Michael Johnston, my assistant for this presentation. The purpose of this ordinance is to execute a wastewater force main and lift station construction and reimbursement agreement for the Temez Development Corporation for the installation of 2,300 linear feet of 6-inch force main and a wastewater lift station, and to transfer $300K from Sanitary Sewer Collection Line Trust Fund and $200K from our Water Distribution Main Trust Fund to the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Trust Fund, and appropriate $1,965,620 from the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Trust Fund to reimburse the developer per this agreement. The slide before you is an arterial map locating the proposed subdivision development. The property is located within the city limits. It was annexed on December 10th, 2019. The property is along County Road 43, on the south side of Oso Creek and south of course, Weber Road. The property totals 281 acres, currently zoned FR. The planned subdivision build-out will total approximately 800 to 1,000 single-family homes, and it is located within the London Independent School District area. This is a closer view of the infrastructure that is proposed for reimbursement. The developer will be installing a wastewater lift station and an estimated 2,300 linear feet of force main. The lift station and wastewater force main line will connect to the existing wastewater collection system located at Kings Lake Drive, south of Yorktown Boulevard, west of South Oso Parkway. Additionally, the installation of the newer wastewater utilities will provide wastewater services to properties that are located in the East London wastewater subbasin service area. The proposed lift station and force main are part of a wastewater master plan amendment that was approved by the Planning Commission on October 20th, 2019, and of course approved by this council January 21st, 2020. Staff recommends approval. The reimbursement request submitted by the applicant is in accordance with the UDC Section 8.5.2, wastewater trust funds, wastewater master plan, and the applicant has paid the required processing fee for the reimbursement agreement. I stand by for questions.
Mr. Hernandez?
Just real quick, this lift station is going to be, at some point down the road, rerouted to Greenwood as per that plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I got a couple of questions. just out of curiosity, and I'm not in the development business, 800 to 1,000 homes, are we, how long does that take? 2 years,
Probably-
5 years, 10
Probably
years?
5 to 7 to 8 years. We only produce approximately 1,200 homes annually throughout the entire city. So if someone's going to knock down 600 to 800 homes in the first phase of this, it could be 4 or 5 years at the
Right.
rate in which we develop.
Okay, and then if you add the Moses Mastagashi project,
Remember, that's a little north
okay,
and
but this
west,
is all
right?
stuff across the Oso that's coming,
Correct.
right? People, I mean, people need to understand it's getting to be pretty exciting in town with all this new growth, but, so you had there, what was his, 1,200?
1,400, right? Is it 1,400?
And then there's one,
Right.
one, I remember 2,000 or 3,000 houses, which one was that?
About approximately 1,400 homes, Mayor.
On the Mastagashi?
Yes, sir.
And then the Brazelton's got
About 500 or 600, right?
Between the homes up by the London School off County Road 33 and FM 43, the Kings Landing property, Moses Mastagashi, is about 1,400, 1,450. The property for London Town at full build-out will be about 600 or so. This project is 800 to 1,000 based upon talking with the developer roughly on initial estimates. And so we have there's going to be a long build-out process for all of those properties.
Okay.
And may I say, by the time this development gets to, this particular development gets to 600 homes, Phase 2 would have kicked in, which now serves approximately 2,300 acres, or almost, is it 2,300? Yeah. So it will service a huge area on the south side of Oso Creek. So a lot of exciting things coming.
All right. Well, one of the things that we did, and this is, I mean, we're gonna have this one opportunity, I think, in part of the Harbor Bridge relocation. I think part of the deal was that the contract, they'd go back in, and if we had a water line or a sewer line, and it was an 8 or 10 inch line, and they replaced it with an 8 or 10 inch line, that was part of their cost. But if we wanted to upsize for anticipation purposes, growth or whatever, then we could pay upsize charge or something. Or is what we're putting in here big enough or to handle the anticipated growth, or is it just gonna be for a period of time and then we have to come back and redo it, or should we upsize it now, and who participates in that?
You asked several questions, so I'll try to answer it and stay on point. We're going to commandeer enough area to allow for a larger wet well when development when it is needed to accommodate development. But this phase that you're looking at here only accommodates 600 homes. Once we get to that limit, right, that kicks us into, we have no other choice but to go to Phase 2, which is a force main practically all the way to Greenwood. Hopefully, I was going to say prayerfully, will be an impact fees. So yes, that'll be our nickel, but we'll have money to carry it then, hopefully.
Okay.
If not, it'll still be in the trust fund, and the trust fund is, as I said to you earlier, it's very difficult to support $10 million or so.
Okay.
That's where we're hoping for the success of impact fees.
Okay. And you made a motion to approve, who did? Somebody? Michael made a motion to approve?
Right, we just
Is
need to
there a
open and
second?
close the public hearing, that's all. There was a, yes.
We'll open it up for public hearing. Got a motion to approve. You want to talk us out of it, step right up. Judge, you don't want to talk us out of it? All right. Seeing no public comment, we'll close the public hearing. Any other further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, 22 passes. 23, we've We talked about that in executive session, so we need to come back here, right? All right, who's gonna be doing that?
We have,
And before you make that, whoever's gonna make the presentation or the pitch on this one, just for some clarity purposes, I think all of us received a letter on Wednesday, and in the content of the letter, it stated the Type B board voted on it on a, let me see if I can find the, so I'm exactly right here. Well, I can't find it on this one. I may have, basically the vote was 5-1, 6-1, I think was the way the letter stated it. This is a, well, I can't find where it is now. But anyway, the correct facts on it, that was a, Mr. John Navals, in the initial communication we had, it stated that Mr. Valls voted in favor of the motion, both, and then the motion to amend the motion to pass, and Mr. Valls did not participate in the discussion, or did he vote on either one of the motions? Not,
Right.
And
No,
this
that's
letter,
correct,
this
Mayor.
letter went out, and that's according to the city secretary's record. So the letter
Right.
was misstated, and just want that for the record in case someone has any issue with that, because
Right.
I don't think it was intentional. I think it's just an oversight. But when that sort of stuff goes out, and then somebody puts it on Facebook, then things are said that shouldn't be said, and I just want to set the record straight on that. So, who's going to present number 23?
Yeah, Barton Bailey's gonna present.
Okay.
Kind of an abbreviated.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Barton Bailey, the Homeless and Housing Administrator, and I'm here today to present a request for the funding of TG 110, the Village at Greenwood. The ordinance has staff support for a Type B affordable housing agreement with TG 110 Village at Greenwood in the amount of $1.25 million for a $12 million development with 30 affordable housing rental units out of a total of 60 multifamily mixed income units to be paid over 2 years, appropriating funds in the amount of $625,000 from the Type B Affordable Housing Fund and amending the budget. The Village at Greenwood is a supportive, affordable multifamily development, 60 units of which 85% will be affordable housing and 50% of which will remain affordable for the economic life of the property. The Village at Greenwood, located at 5992 Greenwood, is new construction, and 51 of the 60 units will be rented by residents who make at or below 80% of the median income, which is a family of 4 who makes $53,000 or below in Corpus Christi. This property is being developed by TG 110, which is a certified community housing development organization, and oversight for the ownership and operation of very low-income HUD-assisted housing properties for the benefit of families whose annual income in Corpus Christi is less than $40,000. As a result, the Village of Greenwood offers supportive services. The property will be providing resident services such as financial literacy, a food bank, computer training, and these services, especially nutrition assistance and education, can enable residents to lead healthier lives. Research on similar programs tells us that healthcare costs, hospital stays, and inpatient care can be reduced fourfold, which can lead to a significant public health cost savings. Also, For every $1 invested by the city, we expect to receive $11 in return, because the residents of Village at Greenwood will become working members of the local economy, providing area retailers with reliable employees, and the residents of this development will become consumers and supporters of area local businesses. Here's an aerial view of the location. You'll see it on the bottom left, labeled TG110. It's in bright yellow at the bottom, and you'll see major roads of Holly and Greenwood and references, and this next aerial view pulls a little farther out. You'll also see it in the bottom left. You'll see major landmarks such as employment centers and restaurants, multiple grocery stores, pharmacy and retail centers, several places of worship, and highly rated public schools which have the capacity to serve the residents of this development. It's an architectural rendering of the facility, and there will be an on-site service coordinator to help residents excel. This development includes 6 one-bedroom apartments, 30 two-bedroom apartments, 24 three-bedroom apartments, 3 ADA-compliant apartments, and 2 low-vision units. This property will include a 25,000 square foot community building with a business center and a service office. It'll also feature a swimming pool, a cabana, a playground, and it's on bus stop route number 19. It's a development similar to other Prospera developments in Corpus Christi, such as the Palms at Leopard, the Village at Henderson, Glen Oak, Woodland Creek, and Cow Island Apartments. And the development will comply with national green build standards and is consistent with the Corpus Christi Comprehensive Development Plan. The development is in final stages of plat approval and will be approved before closing. The Village at Greenwood will meet the HUD definition of affordable housing, as no resident will pay more than 30% of their income in rent. 85% will house those at 80% of AMI or below. 75% of the total development will provide housing for very low-income families, specifically those making 60% AMI or below. And this includes the 30 units subjected to the additional Type B encumbrance. So right here gives you a view of the funding details. There's over $8 million as part of the Texas GLO grant as one of the funding sources. And the GLO grant administers the multifamily affordable rental housing program. And it provides for a total of $250 million for the rehab, reconstruction, and new construction of affordable multifamily housing projects in areas impacted by Hurricane Harvey. Development must also meet Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery criteria and is restricted for 20 years or more of an affordable period for low to moderate income individuals earning 80% or less in the area median family income at affordable rents. Project construction must be completed within 18 months of the effective date of the contract. Also, there's a lien through Wells Fargo and the Type B request. The developer has secured funding commitments totaling over $11 million, or 90% of the total estimated project cost. As a result of a 10% funding gap, the developer is requesting $1.25 million of Type B grant funds to construct this 60 multifamily mixed income unit located at Greenwood and Frio. 85% or 51 units will be affordable housing units. As you can see right here, this illustrates those units for you. TG110 will encumber half of the property's 30 units for the economic life of the property as follows. 9 of the units will be market rate, 21 will be at 80% AMI, 23 will be at 60% AMI or below, and 30% will be at, 7 of them will be at 30% AMI or below. The Village at Greenwood will also provide several on-site enrichment services such as computer and financial literacy, a food bank, referral services. It'll work with the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, Workforce Solutions, the Purple Door, and other community partners in order to look out for its residents. This concludes my presentation, and I stand by ready for questions as needed.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Nunez? Oh, Mr. Smith? Or did you get your, go ahead.
Okay. We discussed some of this during the executive session. I think the purpose of the executive session was to talk about property, but I don't think that was the issue. In looking at the agenda memo, it says that 30 of the 60 units are eligible for Type B funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on the amount of discount that's associated with the housing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we are providing the amount of $1.25 million for 30 units,
Yes.
which is eligible for that. So that comes out to $41,667 roughly per unit that we're supporting this by. Now, my concern is that we're setting a precedence for providing that kind of funding. You know, it's what's to say that, you know, a developer comes into us and says, if you give me $42,000 per development, I'll build houses and guarantee you a price of $150,000 per house. Is that something we're going to do in the future? Because this is what we're doing for this particular project. Is that the precedence we're going to be setting?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think that's something as I inherit looking at type B funds that I need to develop some criteria for.
Okay, but I mean, we're already going to do it.
Correct.
Right? So I can see very much that we did it for this group. Why wouldn't we do it for another group? We've never done this kind of amount for what's effectively rented housing. This, I believe, in discussing for this type B funding, it was to create home ownership, and not for rental property. So I mean, just looking at it from that perspective, that this is an awful lot of money we're giving to one group that's going to be taking up this money for 2 years or 18 months if you count this as being a half a year. What is your plan in the future to address that?
Well, you know, I think part of that plan has.
And I know you've been here 2 months.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put it on your head here, but this is something that's really specific as to what this funds are for, and what we're committing to, and what that precedent sets. Now, you know, when you look at it from a per unit basis, aside from the fact that it's a 60 unit complex, but on a per unit basis, it's eligible for Type B funds. This is the amount, right? This is more than what we gave the 600 building downtown. Okay, that's separate funding, different kind of scenario, but it's still quite a bit of investment on our part. So go ahead and answer the question.
Well, you know, I think part of recognizing this is, and looking at this particular property is to see that it's a hard one to answer. You're right to say that we're setting a precedent by doing this, that this has not been asked for before. And so, you know, I think one of the things that we're looking at is the services that this provides. I think one of the goals for TG 110 Village at Greenwood is to provide some wraparound services for those folks who are renting the property. I think the goal is to look at, are these folks able to obtain home ownership yet? If they're not, then how do we get those folks who start out as renters to become productive citizens, so that way they can become home buyers? And I think that's one of the goals of that, and approving this ordinance is to look at that there's kind of a long-term goal for them.
So looking at it from the perspective of what our investment is, they're getting $8.1 million from the GLO. I'm assuming that's a grant. Is that correct?
As far as I know,
okay.
yes.
So if we reduced our investment in this to something that has been more in line with what we've done in the past, let's say 20,000 per unit, which a total of $600,000, which would be similar to what we gave to Fish Pond. I believe we gave Fish Pond $500,000 for 101 units, of which our investment per unit was $4,500 for Fish Pond. It seems a little unfair that we're providing more for this other, for TG 110. So looking at it from that perspective, would there be an issue? I mean, would they walk away from that $8.1 million from the GLO if we reduced it to something that's more in line with what we've done in the past?
The developer's here so they can answer, but Councilman, the Fish Pond units were they were single bedroom units with very small square footage. So also this complex, as a requirement by the grant, has to provide a business center. There's other amenities that they have to build into this complex that get rolled into the overall price, to include a business center, a swimming pool, and other amenities. But let's have Ray Lucas from Prospera talk about the other part of the question.
Well, to address the, this is really the bare minimum. When we got this call from the GLO and we put this together, we came to Corpus and said, this is a lot of money, but this is what it's going to take to make it work. This is targeting, Fish Pond project has a Section 8 project on it, Section 8 contract. That Section 8 contract is going to allow them to get market rents from the government. We can't get market rents. We're going to get rents that are associated with what they can pay at the 30% level, at the 60% level, and the 80% level. So we're not going to have near the income stream that Fish Pond's going to have. Fish Pond's going to be able to show HUD, we've built a new project, we've got your Section 8 contract, and a comparable rent for that for a project of that caliber is going to be whatever the market can bear for a market facility for those type of units, which is going to be high rent. So they have a lot more money in their rental stream to be able to pay debt service. We do not, because we're having to rely upon what the resident can actually pay at 30%, 60%, 80%, and then we have 9 units at market to help bring it up. Does that answer your question?
Not exactly, because $8.1 million grant covers, what, 60% of your cost, does it not?
Right.
So, I mean, you're getting a big chunk of money from the state that is a grant, and it's covering the most of your costs. Your debt service is from your line item budget here is $3.3 million that you're borrowing money from. Is that correct?
Right, but the
So
3.3 million.
you're building a $12 million
Give him a chance to
project.
answer.
Well, I hadn't finished my question.
Go
So you're building a $12 million project, of which you're asking, the GLO is providing $8.1 million, and you're asking us for $1.25 million. That's covering the majority of the cost here. You're really only financing $3.3 million.
It
So
it
go
just
ahead.
comes down to the debt service that the project can withstand. And so the 3.3 million debt service, which we provide, financial numbers shows, a 120 debt service coverage, which is what would be a reasonable underwriting for Wells Fargo to approve in order to get to 3.3 million. Is that, so, if we had more debt, we'd have a lower debt service coverage. We wouldn't be able to get more money from Wells Fargo. They have interest rates, they tell us what the interest rate is, we plug it in, we end up with down to a debt service coverage, and then that's the maximum amount of debt that they're gonna allow on the property. Does that answer your question?
So your debt is based on your item is 3.3 million. So your maximum debt is that amount?
Yes. Which is what the property, because of the lower income residents, 30%, 60%, 80%, and the size of the project, that's what the project can support with Wells Fargo debt.
Aside from that aspect, what we're looking at here is what we're supporting in terms of a per unit cost. And from from the information, only 30 of your 60 units fit that requirement. So you're asking us for a lot of money for 30 units that are type B eligible, okay? Not referring to the rest of your project, but that are type B eligible. And my concern is that sets a precedence for us as a city council, as a city, as a type B, for whatever goes forward. And we can't live to that amount. And it goes well beyond what we've done in the past. Now, I'm not saying that your project is a bad project. I don't think that's the case. I think you've done several that are in the city that are along those lines. It's just a huge part of our budget for type B for this year and next year, and it sets a precedence for us going forward.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, once again, I guess to contradict my colleague, each project is different in the sense that, once again, it's apples and oranges to compare the Fish Pond project. It's apples and oranges. Or back there we had compared it to the
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, exactly. So, once again, I know my office, after, Prospera had reached out to us, had worked with Chairman Hunter's office when this money was available to procure the $8.1 million. I know, as I had indicated before, for an investment of $2.5 million, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, did you agree to hold on to the property for 40 years, to manage the property for 40 years?
I thought that was the requirement in your 4B rules when I read it, and so when we sent it in as 40, and then somebody said it was gonna be 20, and I went, well, but that's not what your 4B says. The use restrictions are typically 40, so we don't have a problem with 40, right?
We're agreeable with 40.
Okay, so once again, we've got, as I indicated before, to manage a 60-unit project for 40 years in that neighbor, in any area, then it's coming to us at a cost of $1.2 million. To compare it basically to the households, once again, it's apples and oranges. This is affordable housing. And I don't know that there's any indicator of what type of housing that we're going to provide. These individuals aren't going to be able to pick up first-time home buyers. Yes. If you want to argue that the $1.2 million to be able to provide 30 units is expensive, I guess once again you could manipulate those facts in either way, just the same way that I could say, you were manipulating the facts to get an 11-to-1 match, which we are. It's just to be able to lose the opportunity, because if we don't agree with this, the $11.5 million walks away. And this is a perfect location for this type of project. Once again, as I've said, falling distance from a new elementary school, something that community deserves. There's a new road along there that the community has been waiting for in excess of 10 years. The proximity to the retail center, the proximity to where they can be able to work. For those employees to be able to work, to be on the line of a bus line or an RTA, a transit line, it's very difficult for me to try and pick it apart to say that it's not a good investment at $1.2 million when you have an asset that we're going to have for 40 years. And then on top of that, then now we've got a piece of property that's currently appraised at what? Anyone from the staff know?
They haven't appraised that piece of property yet.
Okay.
Yet. They're going to be ordering the appraisal soon.
Well, the
I
appraisal
think the
district-
property owner is here. Can you tell us what it's appraised at right now? Okay. So I heard it being tossed around at the type B meeting. Sorry, at about 100,000. So right now we're going to get a step up in basis of 5.9 million because it's taxed at 50%. Correct? Correct. So we're gonna get a step up in basis of 5.9 million, and now we're gonna generate that type of revenue and that type of ad valorem to this area. Secondly, you know, that area, once again, most of those homes, not unlike the Moody area, probably 1,000 square feet max. Those homes there, one single car garages, with the exception of the new area that's right, the newer area, well, even those are single garage homes. So, you know, this is just a great project to help revitalize the area. I know that gives the opportunity for more retail expansion along that line. So, you know, I once again feel that the $1.2 million, however the formula works, and however we want to try and calculate out what it's going to do, then it's a good deal. Also, with regard to the money used for the first-time home buyers for grants, there was only 17 applications last year, and these funds won't be dispersed until we have a certificate of occupancy. So it doesn't take up the funds this year. It takes up the fund. It won't be dispersed till next year. So there'll still be funds available, and then once again in the following year. So that's all my comments for now. I may come back.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. If we don't approve this today, what will be the outcome?
The project will not go forward.
Okay. And this money, does the GLO every year create these grants? Why is the GLO suddenly dining to give us $8.1 million? Is this an ongoing program?
No, Councilman, this is a part of a Harvey Disaster Relief Funds.
Okay.
There were 3 tranches, one for rebuilding, one for rehab, and then this third tranche is for replacement of housing stock that was lost. This is the very last bit of it.
So once it's gone, it's gone.
Once it's gone, it's gone.
So it's our only shot.
They-
Is it 1.25 million, or is it up to 1.25 million?
It's up to.
And what would make it less?
Well,
If we don't spend it,
the Type B board had requested that if it's not, the totality isn't spent, that a portion of that is refunded.
Okay, so you have in your estimate $100,000 in working capital, for instance, so at the end of the project, so. And I'm just throwing this out. If costs come in less than what your estimates were, so it's up to, we're not necessarily 1.25 million.
yeah, but I'll be honest with you, just strictly honest.
No,
I'd
no,
I'd
no,
love
no.
to say,
We're-
I'd love to say we're going to save money on this project, but we're pretty close to spending it all.
There is
I'd love to tell you we don't need it. I'd love to tell you we could only need half of it. I'd give anything to be able to tell you that.
Yeah. Well, okay.
The
On there,
city
and
does
then-
have the building to take back cash if we don't deliver what we promised.
Okay. And if costs come in for whatever reason.
Certainly. If we don't need your money, we won't take it.
Yeah.
And if you have another pot of some other bucket somewhere that you want to substitute, you can do that. If you want to not use the 4B, but you have something somewhere else that you want to substitute, that's fine too.
Well, and as I looked at it, to go to, with Councilman Hernandez's line of reasoning on there, for affordable housing, it's really high per unit, but on the other side, it's also economic development. Like you just said, if we don't do it, we lose it. So there's actually 2 components to it. And then as far as precedents, I hope this body, that we have the foresight to, when things differ, that we change with it, that we just approved through our TERS 3, $30,000 a unit for unaffordable housing, apartments, luxury apartments. It's a 600 building, and have we set the precedence for that? I hope not. So I hope, since this is a very different project, that it has a economic development portion to it, that it is a one-shot because of Hurricane Harvey, and then we do to those folks really the most in need with it. I know in one classification it's 30 units, but we're providing affordable. We have 51 units out of this amount on there, which works out to about $24,000 a unit for those below market, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
The concern I have there's no doubt in my mind that there's a need for affordable housing. I've supported affordable housing units all the time that I've been on the council, both in my district and in other districts, much to the consternation of certainly my constituents and some of the other council members that I've served with. But this pool of money in the Type B or Type A, or when it originally started, was set up for home ownership. The hope was that people that might not be able to gather up the money to be able to get into a home would be able to be helped with some down payment assistance. Possibly if they were just on the threshold of not being able to afford $140,000, $150,000 house, that maybe a $10,000 buy down might be able to get them in the range to be able to qualify. And so again, using this large amount of money, which in my opinion, 1.25 million is a large amount of money, depletes, in my opinion, what we were trying to accomplish when we first set out to carve out some dollars for affordable housing with the EDC, or the Economic Development Tax, that we passed in order for Whataburger Field. Here we are, we're incentivizing, and again, it's great that the GLO's got these programs. I don't know how many cities, I'd like to find out how many cities are actually taking advantage and are actually fighting for these funds in order to be able to get some units, 60, 50 units in their communities. But we're still looking at subsidizing greenfield development. I know that tax credit home projects and certain empty blocks of land on the south side and Flower Bluff, even some redevelopment of those areas, they're typically done in greenfield areas that have a lot of empty spaces. And my hope would be that some of those monies would more be directed, just the same argument that we had a little earlier about why we should support the 3 projects, is that my hope was that some of those monies would be utilized to improve some of the existing areas by some people taking ownership and improving their houses, and maybe the other folks also following suit, maybe other projects that might be done inside of the older areas for maybe some redevelopment activity or reconstruction type activity versus just building new projects in greenfield spaces. So again, those are the concerns I have, and don't have any problem with the quality of product that you guys put out, right? You know that. Don't have any problem with affordable housing projects, tax credit projects being across the city, hopefully in every single area, so that you find less and less objection. But the use of the 1.25 in one big lump sum does concern me. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Sorry, I just wanted to correct something. I believe the 600 building was 25,000 or 26,000 per unit, not 30,000. And I want to say I'm not against affordable housing. I think this would be a good project, just not at the rates that we're funding it. I just want to say that I know a lot of developers. If we gave them $40,000 per house to build affordable housing, they would take it all day long. Okay? If we're going to do that, then, you know, for home ownership, I'd almost would prefer to do something like that. But if we're gonna set that precedence, I will support developers coming and asking for it, because it's just wrong to do this, give preferential treatment to one group versus another. You know, I've stated this before. My goal is in view of government, is that not to pick winners and losers, but to treat everybody fairly so that everybody has an opportunity to succeed and through this process. So when you better offer it to developers to do that as well, because I mean this to me is you're putting us on the hook for a lot. Thank you.
Ms. Barlow?
Thank you. Well, I have to concur with Councilman Garza and some of the other comments made. I don't think anyone up here, you know, is against affordable housing or workforce housing. It's just, this is a first. And I think, unfortunately, the way this was all, that came about is unfortunate because we, as you saw earlier, you know, we're not educated on all of this. And we're up here trying to learn, literally. I've never learned so much about these projects than I have in the last 2 days. And that, it shouldn't be that way. That aside, the amount of money is unprecedented. And it is, for me, I brought it up, you know, in the back. I don't see a detailed line item of your construction costs. And I see a detailed, I do see it there, but broken down into detail as to what that is. So the verification or justification for $1.2 million versus could we have, you know, other smaller projects come about? Sure we can, you know, versus, you know, putting all of this in one project, which isn't bad, but I think that, you know, the cost of the property essentially is what drove this up. I mean, I mean, the list given is great, but the list given shows one property that is next to 6,000 Saratoga, and that one property had a building on it, and it was a different type of sale. So I, as much as I do support, I don't, the fact that it's 30 units, I thought it was 60, or I was told it was 60 initially, and I realize overall, to an extent, it's 60, but these monies are going for 30, and that's it. And I guess I want to make sure that's correct. Yes.
Yes.
So, it depletes, you know, it depletes the fund, because of the 500,000 we just gave Salvation Army, and just the way it's going to work, the 625,000 or whatever the amount is, that's going to take out what's put in. So in essence, we don't have it. And I do believe in your projects. You do great work. We've seen that. But again, I also have a real concern with putting this much, or setting the precedent for one of these projects, because there will be another. And then, you know, I don't know what we're going to do at that point. So unfortunately, I support the work you do, but I feel like I don't feel like I shouldn't say we, I don't have fully everything here. The construction cost is one of the big things for me, to be able to justify, you know, making the decision along with some of the other issues that were mentioned.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Ray, can you give us, I know we had discussed earlier in the week, because of the concerns that we got of the letter that indicated that the concerns about the construction costs. Quite typically, construction costs are greater than for this type of project versus a private sector project.
Well, it comes from all the regulation. I can run through this, hope I can do this quick, but obviously.
Well, you don't have to go by light item, but just a general of what drives it up in comparison to the private sector.
Well, it's just all the federal rules and regulations. We have to do Davis-Bacon wages. We have to have weekly wage reports. We have to interview workers. We have to match those back to the wage reports. We have to have an energy specialist. We have to do bore door testing. I don't know if you know what that is, but each unit's got to meet a certain, they can't have too much leakage. We have to go in with windstorm standards, and we actually have to abide by fortified home standards. Everybody's got that tip of their tongue, right? What fortified home standards are. They're just, because of the federal rules, we just have a litany of stuff we have to do, and everything chisels into what it costs to do these. We have to do radon testing. We have to act like there's going to be radon until we verify after we build it there's not radon.
Okay, I get your point. You're good.
Get the point. So
you're good. I'm not going to.
I mean, it's kind of like building a school or you're building an office building. Those are, I mean, what we're doing is apples and oranges to a school, but it's the same thing. You build an office building, you build a school, it's the same differential on costs. We took these costs directly off the project we're doing at Casa de Manana, and so that's how we developed the cost for these. Casa de Manana that we just broke ground on. We're developing the plans right now as we speak, and we'll have them priced out here shortly, but we did it based directly off those because it's the same product.
The other thing, Councilman Hernandez, you really have a good idea with regard to this setting a precedent of $40,000 per home. You know, we've recognized that $10,000 is inadequate. You know, yeah, 40,000 might be exorbitant, but 20,000 or 30,000 for a first-time home buyer, because, you know, once again, as I've heard from our friends at the building community, it's very difficult to build a home for $165,000 and to be able to put $10,000 in it, particularly for a first-time home buyer. And as my colleague that's experienced in the mortgage business, it's also very difficult to get people approved in that specific range. So we obviously have to look at it from that perspective. You know, Rudy, I get your concern. Councilman Garza, my apologies, I get your concern. You're right. I think now, that was 15 years ago? 15 years ago? Yeah. So obviously things have changed, and now these folks have basically figured out an opportunity and saw money's out there and pursued it. So with that, I'd move for approval.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item 24, no.
23.
23.
Any public comment? Mayor?
And is there there's a public hearing or just public comment?
Just regular public comment.
Any
sir.
public comment on item 23? Don't see any here. I think, back to what Councilman Hernandez was talking about, I do think we have to have some guidelines, but I don't think it locks us into anything at one step. I think each project's got to be taken on its own. Now, the types of projects that we do, I mean, this GLO money, this is a one-shot deal. I mean, this is gone. There's others that come along, but, it does address our goal of affordable housing, workforce housing, and we keep trying to say 30 affordable housing units. That's how many are put into the pool that meets that criteria. But the bottom line is you're getting 60-something units, so you're going to have 60 families impacted here, and 30 of those families are going to be contributing to the local economy and paying market rate, I suppose, and you're getting 50% on your taxes instead of a zero tax, right? So there is some benefit to the community, and so it's none of us like to pay more than we have to on buying a vacant piece of property, but I think there is some benefit to be received. So there's a motion and a second. I don't.
Mayor, I ask for a roll call vote.
Sure. Call the roll, Ms.
Yes,
Huerta.
sir. So for passage of ordinance number 23 on its first reading, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council members Hernandez,
No.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith, Barrera, Garza,
No.
and Guajardo.
No.
Motion passes. Ordinance passes, rather.
All right, item 24. Is this a two-reading ordinance or one?
It's the first reading, sir.
24 is the reading ordinance on number 24.
All right,
Sir?
item 24, who's going to do
Oh,
this?
two reading. Yeah, you're right.
Ordinance authorizing a Twin Crest Technologies.
We'll see this again next week. Did you want a quick summary of it, Mayor, from the streets director?
No,
24.
but, we're
It's
spending
a-
$1 million to get 60 housing units. We're gonna spend $1 million here, we can go try to find out where our traffic signals are, I guess. So, I guess it's all a matter of priorities. Anybody got any questions? Spending $1 million to be able to find out where our traffic signals are? No question? Okay, do you need this passed?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Briefing item, Corpus Christi Seawater Desalination Siting and Permitting Project Update.
Okay, Steve is here today.
Yes, sir.
No lunch.
On time.
Yeah.
We waited till this late in the day. We didn't want to interrupt you.
Exactly. Okay. Hello, Mayor, City Council members. For the record, my name is Steve Ramos, Water Resource Manager, Water Utilities. Today's presentation is an update to the City of Corpus Christi's seawater desalination project. The City of Corpus Christi, working with its stakeholders, have worked for many years to support our region's water supply. The council has received a number of presentations in the past year from staff and others. Today's presentation, we will discuss milestones and ongoing activities. Our goals have always remained the same from the beginning, since 2014. Provide a drought-resistant water supply for the region and reduce the risk by identifying the unknowns. The major tasks are permitting, financing, land acquisition, and power infrastructure requirements. The project is on task. We continue to provide updates to City Council. We have submitted the water rights and discharge applications to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or TCEQ, and we have submitted the abridged SWIFT application. This is the first step in the SWIFT loan application process. The water rights and discharge applications were submitted to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality on January 22nd. The Inner Harbor applications requested an intake of 83 million gallons per day and an ultimate discharge of 62 million gallons per day. This would provide an ultimate product water capacity of 30 million gallons per day. The La Quinta applications requested an intake of 166 million gallons per day and an ultimate discharge of 82 million gallons per day. And this would provide for an ultimate product water capacity of 40 million gallons per day. The next steps in the application process will be for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to begin the administrative review. After declaring the application administratively complete, they will then move to technical review. Once technical review is complete, the applications move to public notice, where agencies and the public have a chance to comment. And finally, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality will make a determination on the applications. In order to provide for a cost-effective project, the city began the process of applying for a low-interest loan from the Texas Water Development Board for $222,475,000 for design and construction of a 20 million gallon per day expandable to 30 million gallons per day seawater desalination plant in the Inner Harbor. This would provide water for our region. The Texas Water Development Board is now in the process of reviewing the abridged application. They will then make a determination on the ability to fund the loan application. If they are able to fund the loan application, then an invitation will be sent to the city to submit a complete loan application. The City Council will then need to approve the submittal of the complete loan application. The city is working with its stakeholders to acquire property for the construction of the seawater desalination plant site. The first draft option contracts are in review. The contracts will include the desalination plant site, easements for the discharge and intake infrastructure. At this time, the city is working on the power infrastructure requirements with AEP. In summary, we have submitted permit applications to the TCEQ. We began the loan applications with the Texas Water Development Board, and our work continues to move forward on land acquisition and power infrastructure requirements. Thank you, and I stand by for any questions.
Mr. Garza?
Thank you, Steve. Question, the land acquisition contracts, these are just options, right? I mean, you're not gonna buy anything until we get a permit and we actually come back through the approval process here.
Yes, sir. We're
So
setting.
it's just, they're just options, right? We're not gonna-
Yes.
We're not gonna purchase anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
I mean, this is a substantial increase, and I know in the briefing you gave us, the surcharge that we're getting from industry would not cover the cost of this expanded amount. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what
By the
I
way,
did not.
for the record, Dan Grimsbo, Executive Director of Water Utilities. Sorry about that, council member.
Okay. So that surcharge won't cover the additional cost. Secondly, I didn't see any information on what the cost per 1,000 gallons would be on a $220 million plant. And have you created that? I know the last time we met, and I kind of gave you my presentation on what I think it should cost based on the industry analysis that I did. I was wondering if you came up with the math associated with determining what the cost per 1,000 gallons would be.
Yes, sir, we're working on that, and we'll provide that information to you, but we want to ensure that the information we're providing is the most current and accurate information, so we're working with Friesen Nichols to provide that information.
Okay, and I want to make sure that this $222,000 is only for the capital expenditure for this plant construction. Does it not include any operating costs? Let me rephrase the question. The amount you have here does not include operating costs, does it?
It should be for the construction of the plant.
This is
correct?
just for construction only. Doesn't take into consideration.
Design and construction.
Does not take into consideration annual operating costs, correct?
No,
That would be in addition to this.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm just gonna vouch for, Mr. Hernandez on this. We looked at this, website, basically, the information and statistics that are gathered to put, what was the membership cost for the website?
I'm not sure the exact cost. I just got like a trial membership and.
Got a trial membership. It's about $100 for this information. This is top-notch information people are paying for all over the world, coming from these industries, and it is actually pretty exceptionally well-gathered information. I'd suggest just taking a look at it. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
We've looked at the site and we're kind of evaluating, but I could provide you a report, the World Bank report on desalination across the world that has specific costs for desal plants across the world, to include the ones in the United States. And it's I don't know, probably 100-page that has a bibliography of 3 pages of information. It's been vetted. And so if you want a couple different sources, we can provide you a couple different sources of information, such as this World Bank report, so that you can look at multiple pieces of information and not look at one particular website that provides information in a calculator kind of method.
I would love that.
Yes, sir.
Thank
We can
you.
do that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Ramos, you said that we've been working on this since 2014 or 6 years. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank our community partners that have worked with us, this city, the thousands of hours that they spent, a very valuable and free time on there. And we probably wouldn't be where we are today without y'all's help and assistance. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I know it's late, so the questions are getting a little different, but I recently toured CC Polymers, and I just looked at their desal, and then we were out at the San Patricia Water, which is, I know it's not the same thing. I'm just curious, do we know at this point, if we build this structure, will it be inside of a building? I was just fascinated by CC Polymers' site that was just exposed to the elements. Maybe I'm asking something that we don't.
No, we would build it. Their material is, especially the stainless steel, is the quality probably more for industrial use. And you're right, they built it open to the elements for the most part. We would build it more along the lines of San Antonio's, which is state-of-the-art, inside, protected, and so forth. So ours would be along that lines to ensure longevity of the plant and lower maintenance costs in the long run.
Yeah, it just reminded me when I lived in Hawaii and they built the Honolulu Stadium, the architect and engineers told them that rust was good and that you get to a certain point in time and it will stop rusting. Well, it never stopped rusting.
It does, it falls down.
That works in Arizona where you get one layer of rust and then you don't have to worry about moisture because, you know, rust requires water. So you go to Arizona and you can see some bridges and power poles. Works great there, but probably not in Hawaii. No, sir.
Any other comments? Well, we do appreciate the update, and it's been a lot of work, but I think the goal is worthwhile, and we'll see where it goes from here, and hopefully it won't be a lot of delay. Let me see where we are on my. All right, we got our update. We've had our, we need an executive session on the Salinas construction, is that right?
Yes, that's right, Mayor.
Let me get my agenda so I don't want to make Ms. Wirt upset with me right here at the end of the day.
I know, right?
Again.
Got it?
Well, what is this here today?
It's on page 6, Mayor.
All right, the council then will go into executive session on item 26 per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, and we shall return, and that's executive session concerning a lawsuit of Salinas Construction Technologies Limited and Salinas and Sons Incorporated versus the City of Corpus Christi. We shall return.
I have a motion.
You turn your microphone on, please, Mayor.
All right, we're back in session after executive session on Salinas Construction. Anybody have a motion?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager or his designees to execute an amendment to the city's professional services agreement for attorney services with McKibben, Martinez, Jarvis, and Wood LLP for representation of the city in Salinas Construction Technologies LTD and Salinas and Sons Incorporated versus City of Corpus Christi to increase the maximum amount of said contract by $190,000.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none. Is there a motion? Somebody make a motion? You got, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Anything else for future agenda items? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
One thing, Mayor. Today is my mom's birthday. I want to wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah. So you can see this on video. Happy birthday,
All right,
Mom.
everybody on three. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Mom. We're adjourned.